organize national level events people.
Now I request Dr. Kulwant Singh, President ISPER, to welcome the Chief Guest and the dignitaries present in the hall.
Honorable Mrs. Surina Rajan, DG HIPAA, our Chief Guest. Shri TL Satyaprakash, DG Town and Country Planning, our guest of honor. Shrimati Harjinder Kaur, Patron of our institute, KSS-ISPER. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Executive Council of KSS Institute of Spatial Planning and Environment Research, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all for the 8th 2 days international seminar on New Urban Agenda, Reorienting Transformation Strategies for Livable Cities and Sustainable Communities. This series of international seminars was started nearly a decade ago by the founder of this institute, Kamar Surjit Singh, a great visionary whom we lost last year due to the COVID. In keeping with his legacy, we continue maintaining his tradition. The key objectives of this seminar are to address specific challenges resulting from urbanization and promote successes of urbanization so as to make our cities most livable by ensuring our cities and communities to become sustainable. We have to find solutions to the challenges our cities are facing, such as health emergencies like the COVID-19 pandemic, ongoing conflicts, growing pollution, traffic jams, climate disasters such as heavy floods we had in Pakistan, and Indian cities like Bangalore, which are staring at us in the face. Today, the world's population has crossed the mark of 8 billion. Some 56% of the world's population, 4.5 billion inhabitants, they live in cities. This trend is expected to continue. By 2050, the urban population is expected to be doubling its present size. This trend, with more than 80% of our global GDP generated in cities, urbanization can contribute to sustainable growth through increased productivity and innovations, provided we manage it well. However, the speed and scale of urbanization brings challenges such as meeting accelerated demand for affordable housing, viable infrastructure, including transport systems, basic services and jobs, particularly for the nearly 1 billion urban poor who live in informal settlements on this planet. Rising conflicts in cities contribute to pressure on cities as 50% of forcibly displaced people live in urban areas. Once a city is built, its physical form and land, its use patterns can be locked in for generations, leading to unsustainable sprawl. the expansion of urban land consumption outpaces population growth by as much as 50%, which is expected to add 1.2 million square kilometer of new urban built-up area to the world by 2030. Such sprawl puts pressure on land and natural resources, resulting in undesirable outcomes. Cities represent 2/3 of global energy consumption and account for more than 70% of greenhouse gas emissions. As the cities grow, their exposure to climate and disaster risk increases. Globally, 1.81 billion people, that is 1 in 4, they live in high-risk flood zones. Cities are also in the front line of combating epidemics. The COVID-19 pandemic was a massive challenge for cities and their citizens, rich and poor alike. Its impact and the measures taken to control the spread of the virus had disproportionate impacts on the poor, marginalized and vulnerables, revealing fault lines in cities' economic structure, preparedness for such a crisis, especially the state of their public health and service delivery systems. Building cities that work, green, resilient and inclusive requires intensive policy coordination and investment choices. National and local governments have an important role to play to act now to shape the future of their development and to create opportunities for all. In the past few decades, India has urbanized very rapidly. Our cities are facing severe challenges. Most of the Indian cities remain unplanned. Our cities continue to be plagued by an absence of service land, traffic congestion, pressure on basic infrastructure, extreme air pollution, urban flooding, water scarcity, and droughts. Call it anything, for that matter, a lot of problems are there. The consequences of unplanned urbanization impact the environment, the economy, and the most marginalized sections of society. There is, of course, an urgent need for better urban planning and governance frameworks in India. There are several barriers to sustainable urban planning, including unacknowledged urbanization in the form of census towns, haphazard planning due to absence of master plans in 2/3 of the cities, poor delegation of responsibilities, as well as poor utilization of land. Friends, this seminar that is organized in a hybrid mode aims at discussing the strategies to build sustainable cities, promoting urbanization processes that are green, inclusive, competitive, and resilient, contributing to the Sustainable Development Goal number 11, to the implementation of the new urban agenda of UN Habitat, as well as achieving the agenda of Paris Declaration on climate change. It gives us an opportunity to reforming our processes for designing healthy and more livable cities. I welcome both speakers and participants attending this seminar from more than 10 countries. I especially welcome Mrs. Surina Rajan, a very distinguished senior civil servant with an experience of more than 3 decades. We are grateful to her for having agreed to be the chief guest and deliver the inaugural address, sharing her rich experience. We are also happy to have Mr. T.L. Satyaprakash, Director General Town and Country Planning, Government of Haryana, as the guest of honor. We look forward to a very vibrant seminar. Thank you so much.
sir, for your welcome address. As far as the context of this seminar is concerned, we all know that Sustainable Development Goals were adopted in 2015 with a 15 years agenda, that is by 2030. We will take action to end poverty, improve education, health, reduce inequalities, action regarding climate change and preservation of oceans and forests, livable and sustainable communities. This agenda was summarized in 17 Sustainable Development Goals, generally we call SDGs. So, these all 17 SDGs are shown on the screen. What we see is that mainly now we have started talking about livable cities, sustainable communities, sustainable development for last about 10-15 years. This issue is in the forefront. But in 2016, in the urban landscape, to implement these sustainable development goals, in fact, on 20th October 2016, in Quito, in Habitat 3, the new urban agenda was adopted by the nations of the world, underlining the paradigm shift in its approach to sustainable urbanization. This document was ratified by the UN General Assembly in its 68th plenary meeting held on in December 2016 during its 70th session, and it's considered as a vehicle to implement the SDGs in urban landscape. The new urban agenda advocates significant shift in science of cities in terms of planning principles, construction, development, management, improvement of urban areas. So it may be seen that phenomena of urbanization will be having and will continue to have most profound impact in the 21st century. More than 80% of global GDP is estimated to be generated in the cities. In Indian context, despite large rural community economy, the urban settlements in India covers only 3% of the land mass, but contribute to more than 60% of the GDP. In the year 2007, more than 50% of the world's urban population was living in urban areas, and by 2050, this share is expected to grow to 68%. The sheer number of people being added in is huge, from 751 million in 1950 to 4.46 billion. That is an addition of 3.7 billion persons over a period of 70 years. In next 30 years, approximately 2.2 million more people will be added to the urban centers, thereby indicating a very rapid increase in more than approximately 7 million persons per year. It is expected that 90% of this growth, this is important to note, 90% of this growth is going to happen in Asia and Africa only. In India alone, this urban population is likely to grow from 377 million to 2011 to 814 million by 2050. That is an addition of almost 44 million people in a span of 40 years, 11 million people every year. So the emerging and the economies, problem with the emerging economies is these are characterized by urban sprawl, which sans basic amenities, growth of slums, unskilled workforce, etc. The chart, although a bit dim here, shows the proportion of urban population living in slums in the selected region. So you see the last four towers, so these are basically Africa and Asia, the share of slum population living in urban areas. This contribution can be seen from this pie chart. Africa and Asia, almost about 70% slum population lives in these two continents. When we see in terms of services, I am just giving one example of public transport. Urban population with convenient access to public transport. You see the least in the first four towers, first four columns, where again the Africa and Asia are having the major problem with respect to access to convenient access to public transport also. When we see quality of life also, the initial towers indicate that the public open spaces, I am just giving one example, availability of public open spaces is minimum in the continents of Asia and Africa. So these are the issues, these are the challenges. poverty, environment degradation, social and economic exclusion, spatial segregation. Despite major initiatives by the UN and national governments, these challenges are further becoming stiffer and stiffer. In terms of new urban agenda, the government of India itself has, started 4 missions in urban areas. The smart city mission, we have the PMAY urban, then we have the NULM, then we have the Amrut mission. So all these missions are basically geared up to, take the challenges being faced by the poor and the marginalized sections to provide them a better living conditions in the cities. It is in this context that after detailed deliberation in Habitat 3, it was felt to face these challenges with a redefined approach. Apart from creating the requisite physical and social infrastructure needed to support the population growth, providing improvement in quality of life, an approach providing linkage between job creation, livelihood opportunities and by reducing poverty, social and economic exclusion, spatial segregation by incorporating these into the urban development and renewable strategy. This strategy has been summarized in the theme, Mind the Gap, Leave No One and Place Behind. This shared vision of national governments is to develop cities for all growing, allowing equal use and enjoyment of these cities. The NUA was adopted 6 years back. It is important to understand the reorientation and the approaches in urban and regional planning principles, development of infrastructure, issues relating to mobility, especially public transport, affordable housing, especially for poor, creating conducive environment for amalgamation of migrants in urban environment, financing, governance and management, capacity building, etc. across nations and societies. In this context, our Sujit Singh Institute for Spatial Planning and Environment Research is organizing this 2-day seminar on the theme New Urban Agenda, Reorienting Transformation Strategies for Livable Cities and Sustainable Communities. Madam Chief Guest and Guest of Honor, sir, I am very happy to inform you that we have received an overwhelming response from our partners, that is UN Habitat, UNCRD, Nikmar University, Pune, Center for Sustainable Habitat at GNDU Amritsar, academicians, research scholars, professionals from across the globe. This 2-day event will have technical sessions and 40 presentations are lined up on various themes relating to sustainability, spatial planning, waste management, construction management, amenities, etc. The validatory session on 17th will be deliberating on the major outcomes of the seminar. These will be shared with the governments, professional bodies, academic institutions, etc. I can see the participants not only relating to urban planning, development and management field, but from diverse fields also sitting in the hall. So once again, I pay my respects and gratitude to all the dignitaries for joining us, and we are looking forward to very fruitful and fruitful deliberations and discussions and outcomes. Thank you very much. Now, before we move on to the address by the chief guest and the guest of honor, we have a small event in between. This is a release of books. We normally, every year we publish the Population Geographer, a journal by ISPER as well as Geographers Association. The present volume contains a memoriam to Kamar Surjit Singh, our founder secretary general. So I request the president to get this with this journal unveiled from the dignitaries. The copies of the journal are lying in front of each of the dignitaries. So I request now the president to request the dignitaries to release the journal. Yeah. delivery position.
Why is it called Punjab Geography?
This name was coined by the Association of Geographers. So we are continuing with that now. We are not changing that. Punjab is also,
No,
Greater Punjab.
we are all part of Punjab.
Punjab. Yes.
Then Haryana और Himachal.
ये आपको पता चल जाएगा कि 2 IAS ऑफिसर सब हरियाणा में
Yes. In fact, there is two more small events. Professor K.D. Sharma, late Professor K.D. Sharma, I would say, was associated with ISPER for a very, very long time. He retired as a professor from Punjab University, Chandigarh, geography professor. Professor Chandna is there from Punjab University, again geography department, and a colleague of Dr. K.D. Sharma. K.D. Sharma was associated with the Institute for Spatial Planning and Environment Research for a long time. He is the backbone of our research activities. He used to prepare and then read all the seminars, all the papers. So very long association. So in honor of his, the institute is publishing a memoriam, a compendium of articles by Professor K.D. Sharma as well as by his colleagues. This compendium is in process of publication. Since this event is being held today, so we thought that we will get the title of that book, unveiled here. And we have called Mrs. Sharma also, so we wanted to honor her also in the memory of Professor K.D. Sharma. So I request Mrs. Ruby Sharma to be on the dais, Mrs. Harjinder Kaur and Dr. R.C. Chandna can escort her to the dais. And dignitaries can then unveil the jacket of that compendium. I request the Chief Guest to honor Mr. M3 Sharma. request us Mr. Jeet Gupta ji. He is retired as a senior town planner from Punjab. He is our governing council member, and he is a very he is a great author of planning books. Writes number of books on various subjects relating to planning. So one of his book is requested to be released today. So
this book is practically what I've learned, what I have experienced, and what journey I have performed for 53 years in the domain of planning, understanding cities, the complexity of cities, what are the different components of the cities, and how cities can be made a better place to live in. I'm thankful to JKC for publishing this book. This book is being made available to the professional use. Thank you. Thank you very much.
continue with the further program. I'll request the previous now to deliver. I'll request the first guest of honor to give a small presentation. This presentation is basically relating to drone technology. He's become CEO of Drone Corporation of Haryana also. So in Haryana we have that distinction of having a drone corporation within the state parastatal. So he is CEO of that.
Can I make a request? I can stay for a while and make a presentation because the contest is not broken. Contest is not broken. I will speak something and then if there is time in the entire day, I will somewhere I will stand with myself.
Right, sir. Right.
No, you make your presentation.
The contest is not broken. So suddenly I
You
realized.
can always make it. You are
Okay.
first down, like the town can
Your contest will always be urban planning and development.
Yes,
So,
yes.
huh?
But before that, I would like to speak. And respected Madam Surina Rajan, DG Dipa, Dr. Kurman Singh, Dr. Audula, Shri Jaswant Singh, and my dear friends. The mic is not in 1925, probably India was the first country to have this declaration. We called it Ahmedabad Declaration. What Ahmedabad Declaration told was that we will commit ourselves to the best of the designs, whatever it is. And cities were one component out of all those things we decided that we will have best of the cities. For example, I was moving from Seoul to Busan in a fast train, and I first time saw that the taps were operated by leg pedal. So why didn't we think first? This is one part of the design. We go to Singapore and see lot of things, Sentosa Island, 100 different things, but in the midst of the Chinatown, there is one museum called Red Dot Museum. Hardly anybody goes there. I was there in Singapore for 15 days studying lot of things. Probably Red Dot Museum is equal to entire Singapore, what I learned. Because you will see that why each of the building is like that. हमें जब जाते हैं तो हाँ बड़ी buildings हैं अच्छा है, but it's not like that. They have designed each of the buildings, heights, everything. So design is very, very important. Particularly in urban planning, I consider that we find out problems every day, and then we have to find out solutions for those problems. For example, during last 8-9 months, I'm just working on my son. Why he's not up to the mark? Then I realized that he's not interacting with people. Why is he not interacting with people? About 3 years back, he was going to a school which was 45 minutes away. And then when he comes back, hardly he used to have time. And he has all the stadiums nearby, but he doesn't have friends. Why? It's urban sprawl. If you take my situation, if I go back to my own childhood, in the vicinity of around 100 meters, I had at least 10 friends. We used to have a cricket team of our own, within 100 meters only. Now my son, the entire sector has 1,000 houses, but he doesn't have even one classmate in the entire. So the idea is, when kids study, almost more than 50% they learn is because of their peers. It's not because of the teachers or what parents say, no, it is because of their peers. If he doesn't have a peer, it's one problem of what happens in an urban sprawl. Probably Chandigarh for years to come will not have a very vibrant transport because of this urban sprawl. Everybody says urban sprawl, but when you actually experience the problem, it is for the town planners to have insights into the problems. When I was Deputy Commissioner Gurgaon and I faced this problem, everybody used to tell that, oh, Shivnadar is charging 15,000 rupees, 20,000 rupees per quarter and we can't pay, so it has to be reduced, and education is a charitable venture. No, in a capitalist economy, the basis of excellence is profits. Okay, charity is also there, but we have to also understand that there is a microeconomy, right? If he spends 150 crore rupees on a school, at least he would expect 1% of the income, right? 1% of his investment. So if we do not design the cities and its facilities, somewhere we are going to get all these problems. Similarly, water, similarly labor. A city is made up of a lot of microeconomies and we have to make it sync. I will also give this example. My experience was with this particular lady. She was 23, 24, as a deputy commissioner she came and she wanted a job. She was victim of a domestic abuse in Ghaziabad. She came back. She was coming from a village called Kasan, the outskirts of Gurgaon. And then I called somebody because I suddenly realized that she's one girl, she needs immediate help. I made her go to a particular firm and they offered her some 20,000 rupees or so. After a week, I called her once again, are you going? No, she's not going because Kasan to Ujjog Vihar itself is a big, ordeal to go there. Almost she takes 1.5 hours and she will take 2-3 auto rickshaws and go. That means that she has skill, but she can't go there because of transport. We have to design all these things, the daily problems. We have to bunch it together and see town planning in a totally different perspective. For example, we came out with this. I have to flag these issues. About 4 to 5 years back, we came out with this policy of still +4. Look what has happened. We have to agree to. You see, if you do not realize the problem, the first step to find the solution is to define the problem. Yes, we created a problem. How to resolve this issue? Then we have to acknowledge that there is a problem. I tell to my planners many a times, उस छत पे हमने क्या क्या काम नहीं किया, पापड़ सुखाने से लेके, कपड़े सुखाने से लेके, तेल लगवाने से लेके. So suddenly you remove that rooftop and remove out of the regular community living, we are losing something. Okay. So the entire Haryana has so many revenue rastas. Are we acknowledging that yes, they are present? And then why can't we design our master plans based on those metrics, right? These are different questions we have, but at the same time, why Gujarat could do such a wonderful job is Ahmedabad Development Authority itself had 200 town planners, but in Haryana during last 20 years, the maximum we had was somewhere around 50 for the entire Haryana. Still, I should acknowledge that दिलबाग से मैं बहुत बार डिस्कशन होती थी कि हरियाणा has really done wonderful jobs. Unfortunately, all those are in silos. We as town planners could not get synergized. Probably this is the high time that we identify these issues and then we start working on the problem. Me and Mr. P.P. Singh used to discuss during last 3 months that we need a center for excellence. That the nucleus for center for excellence is already there. We would like to build upon this, and we have hundreds of problems. You have hundreds of solutions. Why can't we come together and start working? And there is always a solution for urban sprawl. People, discuss about how Atlanta became an urban sprawl and could not provide facilities to its citizens, and how Barcelona could take its people to walk to work. All these solutions are there, and you are the repository of solutions, and we encounter problems on daily basis, and it's the high time that we should come together and create the real center for excellence, where the Center for Excellence provides the answers to us. Gujarat is a very good example because they have CPTI and they provide solution on real-time basis. So I envisage such a scenario. Thank you. And regarding drone, I will come back.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. We at ISPER are doing all those what you have suggested for last about 20 years. Recently, when Government of India came up with Niti Aayog came up with a report regarding the capacity building in planning profession. We organized a national seminar on that, and the participation was from all over India. Experts participated, and we shared those recommendations. It was very detailed recommendation, about 15 pages report, which was shared with all the chief secretaries of the states as well as principal secretaries urban development. So we did take up these issues, sir, within our limited capacity. But I'm sure in future, in collaboration with the government, and we will engage more with the state governments.
Enhance capacity.
Yes, we will enhance capacity, definitely, sir. Thank you very much for. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Now the concluding part is chief guest address. So request Ma'am Srijan Rajan to give this address, chief guest address. I had the opportunity of working with her when she was Deputy Commissioner Yamunanagar. That's a long donkey years back. So that's a close association with her when I was there. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation, and now I request you to use this mic.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, organizers of this event, and participants. Maybe some are online, but I cannot see anybody online, but it was mentioned that some will be joining online. So, wish you all very, very engaging deliberations in the next 2 days that you have, today and tomorrow. When I reached here, I was quite impressed looking at, this is my first visit to ISPER, and one request I would like, because it's an institute of town planners, that in the Google map you must build the connections right so that it brings us right here and we don't move around. At least this institute should be.
I realize that, ma'am.
Yeah. Because Google takes you to this point, but in its own wisdom, it takes you to the village and wants to take you from somewhere back. That happens. And I realize that it's not only an institute which has been established by great vision of Surjit Singh, it is also an institution which has been established by great love by a lot of alumni who are from some of the institutions nearby, and who have perhaps spent some years in their youth with a vision and an idealism of building great cities and doing great work for the country. They did it during their active years of life, but the desire to do was not extinguished, and that I have seen happens with many of us who feel that while we could do so much during our years, we perhaps did not do as much, and we want to continue to contribute to the society. So I think it's a great initiative of the friends of the promoters who have started this institution on a very, very relevant aspect of life which affects every citizen who is living in an urban area. I am not from town planning field and I don't have much experience of urban governance. My first experience was as Administrator Huda in Faridabad, and as Administrator Huda, we felt that Huda had to do so many things which it did not do, and Huda did something very great, including building parks, etc. But when we saw the lots of encroachments which had taken place in Faridabad, especially the alternate route to the highway which was proposed to be starting from border of Faridabad near Badapur and going to sector 4 and Balagad, Sigi, etc. That was encroached at some of the places. And when we tried to remove the encroachment, that was my first exposure to how the town planning works. Because what we realized was that while we plan for people who have money, we do not plan for people who do not have money. But in this country, or I think in any other country, majority of population is the one which cannot actually afford houses planned by the town planners. So in case of our town planning in Haryana, what we plan for is perhaps the top 10 to 15% of population who has to live in urban areas and who can afford to live in those urban areas. But rest of the 85% population or 90% population who has also to live in urban areas because of the livelihoods or because they are service providers for those towns, those people never existed in vision of the town planners who wanted to plan beautiful cities, but who did not really look into the distribution of population by income and identify how people with those kinds of income could also live in good cities or in good urban areas. So we removed lots of people who had encroached on the land, but we did not know where to rehabilitate. So what we did, which was something not really legally allowed, we took out a chunk of Huda land, which was Huda's acquired and developed land. We made small plots and we rehabilitated those people on those plots. No approvals from any chief minister or anybody. We just did it locally and it worked. So I don't say that this is the way to work to plan good cities or plan good action, but When you don't have alternatives, what do? So then I realized a common person who has to move from a village to a town, who is the best friend for that village? Is it the town planner? Is it the government official? Is it the municipal corporation or committee? Unfortunately, it is the unauthorized colonizer, who is the only hope for a person who has to move from a rural area to an urban area to find livelihood, but cannot afford to live in any planned urban livelihoods. So this was my exposure to urban planning and understanding of how urbanization should happen or should not happen. And as an administrator, you are a small fry in the whole big jungle, and there's nothing much that you can do, excepting that you can put it on record and start saying that why don't we take into account the requirements of these people, and this is what we have done. I have been doing over the years, and it was heartening to see that at least last 5 and 6 years we have started looking at Janavas Yojana or like affordable housing schemes. Though those affordable housing schemes also, how much affordable they are, that's an issue which we really need to dig deep into and answer. And that is what will actually make us think, how can we really make sustainable cities or sustainable habitats? If we cannot, if there is economics of urbanization, there is economics of land use. Any land which is expensive will not be made available for uses or either from agriculture it will move to industry, from industry it will move to housing, from housing it moves to commercial. So we see lots of people who are wanting to close their factories, industries. I recently had a case where NCLT, I was looking into that case where NCLT is asking Atlas Cycles to revive their industry, but Atlas Cycles knows that even the 25 acres which they occupy in Sonipat district is worth 300 crores or more than that, and no amount of manufacturing is going to be so rewarding that they should be investing that amount of money in just in case of land. So the land use has to move as the economy decides, as the economics drives. If this is the case, then as town planners, what is it that we should be doing? What are the answers? Where are the answers that we find? Should we be planning towns at some of the places and towns for service communities at another place and make good transport arrangement between the two places? Because the lands are so expensive in main towns that it's not possible to provide affordable housing to people who have to actually serve in those towns. So this is one question which has always evaded us answers. Since it's an institute focused on these things, I think that this is one area where perhaps you can think and find innovative solutions. We have National Building Code, which since I was in Bureau of Indian Standards, and I have seen the development and design of the new National Building Code. And when we wanted to calibrate it with the state government's building code, we found that so many things which the NBC actually provides for are very fully ignored by the state building codes, because there again is an issue of money, resource, investment and policy, which we are unable to really change as per requirements of sustainable cities or sustainable habitats. So perhaps that's another area where we had started introducing, we had started a project where we wanted to compare the building codes of every state government with the National Building Code. Maybe in case of Haryana, if that's an area of interest from the point of view of green and resilient building, if your institute would like to take up, that can be another area where we see how much are we following in terms of NBC. Satya was talking about the floors, that now we are converting our houses or our buildings into 4-floor buildings, 3+4. Actually, this concept came into Delhi much earlier than in Gurgaon. Haryana, it has been very recent. But what we have forgotten is that when Delhi allowed this, Delhi also had a system where you had a service lane between the two rows of houses, which continue to provide you lighting, ventilation, and also the still structural design is very carefully examined and has been introduced there to take care of the where are we in terms of earthquake zoning, what is our zoning in terms of, whereas in case of Gurgaon, I don't know, I hope it never happens, but most of the people say like our structural engineers used to say that whatever is happening in Gurgaon or whatever is happening in Noida is perhaps a nightmare for future if actually we have the expected or the whatever is the maximum kind of earthquake that we can have. And similarly in Gurgaon we have seen the path to Nadavgarh drain, how many buildings have come up there, and all have been approved by the town planning wing of our government. So it's perhaps we have lots of understanding, lots of knowledge, lots of skill level as to what should be done and what should not be done. But we do not have the right kind of vision or right kind of influence over our policy makers and our decision makers. If we see Gurgaon is a town and we divide the town into the left side of highway when we go from Delhi to Jaipur, which has primarily been developed by DLF for Huda. Huda was the master planner there. You see lots of green patches, lots of parks in every Huda sector. And you come to Dwarka Expressway, which is primarily private colonizer. You have hardly any green spaces. You have all boundary walls, any green space within the boundary wall. So what happens to master services in terms of what happens to lungs of the city are areas which have been, which we are slowly becoming oblivious of. So why is it happening? Like if we could have Dholavira in ancient times, which had all underground reservoirs, drains and everything, no flooding happening, why is it that we have flooding every time we have somewhat good rain in Gurgaon or in any other city around us? So these are the questions, where have we gone wrong? We had Chandigarh, which was built in 1952. Maybe it didn't offer the kind of social life it should have offered, but it actually took care of all the environmental requirements, the geographical contours, and we don't see Chandigarh flooding even with lots of rain. Same principles we never followed when we developed so many cities after that. 1952 and today we are in 2022. So 70 years thereafter we have forgotten what is the case of Chandigarh and why we could not do it. Perhaps it's not the absence of skills, it's not the absence of knowledge. It's somewhere we are missing in terms of how urbanization should happen. Where is the vision for that? Where is the long-term vision for that? Perhaps we have started thinking very short-term, what to do in next 3 years, 5 years. That has become our attention span as to what should happen in 3 years, what should happen in 5 years, what should happen in my tenure of 2 years, and how do I deal with day-to-day issues. What we need perhaps in urbanization is a very, very long-term vision and long-term planning, because we are talking of sustainability. We are talking of communities which will live there for maybe 50 years, 100 years. If I go back to my old town where I grew up, Hisar in Haryana, I feel that town is not so clean, not so green as it used to be perhaps 40 years, 50 years back. It is becoming different. While we have lots of campaigns and we have big programs of Swachh Bharat, but this has not gone into our psyche or into our culture. So perhaps the other stakeholders which are very, very important for our work to get actually translated into practice are the people who are on the ground, maybe the RWAs, maybe the municipal corporators. Our 74th Amendment brought third level of governance into action in terms of urban areas. But when we look at their capacities, their vision building, their understanding of urban planning, we will find there's an absolute lack of capacities there. So perhaps institute like this can actually become a source for their capacity building, their vision building, their long-term thinking. Because I have worked as director of urban local bodies also, and my one experience was that every corporator, what they want to do in terms of, they really want their ward to be clean, they want their wards and to have good roads, to have good drains, to have everything. But when it comes to actually funding for that or resource mobilization for that, nobody, at the same time, the person who wants that the residents of this ward should have good road and good park or good street lighting, also does not want to push them to contribute to the taxation which is required in that. So this is the dilemma that we have. Perhaps it's a fallout of democratic system that we have, where the person has to mobilize support for the election by promising individual benefits. And those individual promises do not allow them to take tough decisions or decisions which are in long-term benefit for urbanization, for making good cities, for ensuring that we do not convert our cities into slums. Long time back we used to say that Faridabad's 1/4 population is in slum. I do not know whether it has changed substantially now or we still have those kinds of things. So urbanization is, apart from a very technical subject, is also a very political issue. And if we are wanting to have strong technical capacity to do planning for these things, we also need to simultaneously perhaps invest in building the vision of people who have to take decisions, whether at administrative level or at political level. And it's only with the support of technical knowledge and examples perhaps we can do it. I was talking just now to the Center for Sustainable Habitats in Guru Nanak Dev University. He was telling me that they have carried out several experiments as to how small initiatives can be taken to make the habitat sustainable. So perhaps those examples and those findings we need to take to people who are going to occupy those habitats, because it is them for whom it's going to be most important, not for anybody else. We have an old saying that only the wearer knows where the shoe pinches. So it's that stakeholder which will actually support us in doing our activities. Your seminar is full of lots of technical presentations and areas, and so I hope it will build a lot of your technical capabilities and skills. From a generalist person like me, I would just like to say, please try to always find the connect between your theoretical understanding, your conceptual learning with the practical aspect, because that's how all the knowledge will get reflected into real action and real results. And all of us are going to occupy same habitats, and those habitats will become better if we combine the two things. Wish you a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Guest, for your very thought-provoking address. I would say thought-provoking in the sense that you have, most of us planners are sitting here, we have worked with the government for 30 years, some are still working with the government. There are academicians here, there are professionals from other fields also. Yes, we do understand our shortcomings. That's why when we come out of the government, we start working on them.
Yes.
So, thank you very much, ma'am. Now, I'll request the President and our patron, Mr. Harjinder Kaur, to now present mementos to the guest and Chief Guest and the Guest of Honor. This is a small plaque of ISPER for keeping in your office and or your study. So, request Mr. Harjinder Kaur.
Yes, I am. So that's why I was very happy. It's very it's true.
Set of books also will, which are ISPER publications. We will use those also. So with this we close this inaugural session. We break for about 15 minutes. Okay, sorry.
Chief Guest, Srimati Srina Rajan, IAS, Director General, Haryana Institute of Public Administration, Shri TL Satya Prakash, IAS, Director General, Town and Country Planning, Haryana, and CEO, Drones Corporation of Haryana, our President, Dr. Kulwant Singh Ji, our General Secretary, Mr. Jaswant Singh, Professor Chandana Ji, Mr. Som Prakash Ji, Mr. Satish Mohan Goyal, Advisor CSR Authority Punjab, other dignitaries and speakers sitting here, and some of those speakers who have joined us on virtually or might join during due course. Good morning to everyone. I have been asked to present a vote of thanks. Thank you is such a prayer which cannot be seen or touched. It can be felt by heart only. I feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. On behalf of Kamar Sajid Singh Institute of Spatial Planning and Environmental Research, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to our chief guest, Srimati Srina Rajan Ji, Director General, Haryana Institute of Public Administration, for accepting our invitation. Ma'am, today my words may not be enough to express the gratitude for gracing this occasion and your kind message and enlightenment. As Madam has rightly said, and has given a very strong message to link the theoretical, what we have been doing during our performance in the working in the government or otherwise, it should be linked with the practical problems. It has readily been pointed out by ma'am that our focus is only on tackling the major issues. Rather, we are planning only for the car owners. Our planning is focused on that only. And majority population who are not having cars, or 85% which constitute, we don't look into their requirement. It may be their living, maybe housing or other requirements. It is also pointed out by ma'am to identify what should be done and what should not be done, and then should plan to tackle problems. It may be flooding, it may be traffic, it may be lack of livable environment, cities or neighborhoods, and plan accordingly. Thank you very much, ma'am. We are also thankful to our guest of honor, Shri TL Satya Prakash Ji, for being with us. We are really enlightened with your knowledge and presence here. Giving an example of Ahmedabad Declaration 1995, he has stressed on importance of design for livable cities, and sustainable neighborhoods. He has also rightly pointed out the implication of urban sprawl. It may be social implications, economic implications, or it may be affecting our culture. As they have rightly said, our chief guest and guest of honor, as they have already initiated to designate or nominate some center of excellence to make it a more workable and public friendly as per the requirement of the society. I would request that ISPER should be recognized and declared as a center of excellence, since we are already doing what has been pointed out by our chief guest and the guest of honor. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to welcome and thank all the honorable delegates and speakers who have blessed us with their presence. I am very much thankful to all the invited speakers. My words may not be enough to thank their support to shape the seminar. If time is money, today you all have spent millions for us. Thanks to all for being with us, for making this event successful. Though the Institute has tried its level best to make your visit and stay comfortable with its limited resources and manpower, please bear with us for any inconvenience you have faced. Have a wonderful day. Stay, enjoy the ensuing technical sessions, deliberations, and the serene environment of Amravati Enclave during the coming 2 days. Thank you very much.
So that is the conclusion of our inaugural session. So now we break for tea for about 15 minutes. And then we reassemble here for first technical session. So I request the delegation participants to coordinate your assembly again so that we can start the program on time. Because some of the speakers will be joining us online, so they will be waiting for their turn.
have other three speakers. Mr. Dai John
Yes.
from Korea. Then we have Ms. Parul Agarwal. She is a country program manager in India. And then Ms. Vishali Kushan. She is acting director urban economy USA. They will be joining us online. So now you hand over the chair for conducting the proceedings. Dr. R.C. Chandran.
Hello. Good morning, friends. It's my great pleasure to chair the very first technical session today of the seminar being organized now, international seminar being organized by ISPER on new urban agenda. Reorienting transformation strategies for livable cities and sustainable communities. Very thought-provoking theme. As usual, ISPER is known for taking up issues that confront our society, social system, and the new India, new urban India, emerging means that we as planners have to think of the way the trends are taking place, particularly the physical space, demographic space, the social space, and the economic space. We have to integrate various spaces into an integrated planning. And I congratulate KSS-ISPER to have taken the initiative towards such an international. I'm happy that in the very first session there are seven papers, including three on nine and four being presented over here. First of all, I invite Mr. Dai Jeong, Professor Emeritus of Environmental Sociology at Jeju National University and Director Asia Climate Education Center, South Korea. It's a virtual presentation. So now we'll go through this virtual presentation. So we start.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, may I start?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am very honored to be here for presenting a paper. And I would like to give my thanks to the organizing committee for giving me such a great opportunity. Okay, the title of my presentation is a framework for establishing resource circulation as urban resilience. As all of us know, resource circulation is one of the very, very important agenda against the environmental program. So I would like to establish the resource circulation. In order to do that, what framework should be established? This, all right, then. I am from here, Jeju, between South Korea and Japan. This is the whole outline of my presentation. In order to do establishing a framework for resource circulation, I think we need some basic understanding related to resource circulation. So the first section, we have to understand what the resource circulation, each academic definition. Next one is resource circulation is for achieving a resource circulation society. Therefore, at the second stage, we have to understand the conceptual definition of resource circulation society. Then we need to review current status of resource circulation at the global level. It is being done well, or we are going too wrong way. Based on those, we can approach a desirable direction for establishing resource circulation. Then finally, concluding remark. Okay. However, the time is, in my presentation is given to only 20 minutes. Therefore, I cannot explain everything in detail. So, the part 1, 2, 3, I would like just summary, okay? Then the definition of resource, academic area, and from resource circulation society, we have the different definition of resource. All right, yeah, here academia. Anthropocentric perspective, all right, academia, and ecocentric perspective. The resource economics and environmental sociology, they define the terminology resource in different way, okay? And the academia, for example, if we summarize all together, in academic, resource is an anthropocentric perspective on external existence, being beside, outside of humans. Material assets, capital, even humans are included in resource like this. So, categorize, if we categorize 4 categories, we have natural resources, human-made, human resources, and social resource. Okay, from the resource circulation society, the natural, first of all, natural resource is categorized into some sector by existence mode, like that food, water, energy resource. However, by the time required for being produced, renewable or non-renewable. Then this is the structure of ecosystem. It's the original circular flow of energy and material. Here, the solar energy and land and the sea. Everything exists between between sun and then biotic world, abiotic world. Then in the biotic world, they are in the interaction mechanism with each other. and even the organic world and the non-organic world, they have the interaction. Okay, then this diagram can be summarized: mutual dependence, ecological process, then food chain like that. So everything is well operated on the basis of self-regulating system. Then we can see the circular flow of energy and material. This is the original the circulation system. However, due to the environmental problem at the moment, self-regulating system is being distracted. Then means crisis of nature, and nature can exist without the humans. However, humans cannot survive without nature. Therefore, crisis of nature is linked to the crisis of human existence. And next, resource circulation society. The first one is the concept and the aim of resource circulation society, and the key strategy and implication at the global level. And we have some examples, empirical cases for achieving resource circulation society at uh, international level. Okay, then the concept of resource circulation society can be defined in terms of four aspects. Natural resources and energy are recirculated within the economic activity areas for as long as possible. And this one is human dominant perspective on nature. Why nature should be circulated very well for humans. So human being is not a part of nature. Then we say nature is just a mechanical existence. This is very anthropocentric perspective on resource circulation society, all right? Then the aim of resource circulation society is minimizing untreated wastes in landfill, maximizing recycling by refraining from the single use and disposal of energy and resources to create a resource circulation society. This is the concept and the aim. And the key strategy, 1, 2, 3. I would like to skip for finishing my presentation in 20 minutes. Key strategy and its implications. And the example, as we know, we have many initiatives, green city, eco city, sustainable cities, and those cities are the very famous cities having launched green city, eco city, or sustainable cities. Right? Then the current status of resource circulation at global level. We have individual indicators for measuring how strongly the resource circulation is attempted, and the synthetic indicator. Then the limitation inherent in the existing strategy using the individual indicator or synthetic indicator. Individual indicator, resource depletion and renewable resource. The polluted and or destroyed, we can, for example, iron left 150 years, oil 100 years. Those are individual indicators, all right? And the synthetic carrying capacity of nature. Because nature has at least two functions to provide humans with resources. to observe wastes discharged by humans. Then, according to World Research Institute, having conducted carrying capacity of the nature in 2002 at global level, already exceeded by 2.5 times. South Korea, when I measured, exceeded 9.50 times in 2003. Okay, then how to solve those things? I would like to skip. Limitations, I would like to skip. All right. Then this is the main point, a desirable direction for establishing a resource circulation. This four stages, I think, should be a basic framework. The first phase, the first step, we have to identify resource use and waste discharge. This is a factor finding. On the basis of these factor finding, we have to establish policy against the found status. Then, introduction of governance to police. In order to establish, we need, as you know, to introduce governance at the police making process based on 1, 2, 3. Then we can develop a desirable framework for establishing resource circulation. All right. Then first identify. As you know, nature is here. We human here. In agricultural society, 300 years ago, human and nature had direct interaction. Direct interaction. For example, if we cultivate an apple or apple, then we extract the apple. This means resource extraction. In the process of resource extraction from nature, the nature will be impacted negatively. This is we call material source pollution. Okay, then we eat the apple and the apple skin is discharged as a waste. Then this is waste pollution. Therefore, from the nature side, nature provides resource to humans. And the wastes discharged from human consumption, the wastes are returned to nature, all right? Then direct. However, therefore, the material resource pollution was very, very minor in terms of the ability of nature. Also, waste pollution, even though we humans discharge this to nature, however, the impact was very small. In this process, we humans, our material affluence was very low, and no car, no telephone, everyday life was very independent, inconvenient. However, nature, they enjoy their original quality. Therefore, we can we provide from nature water, air as the original quality. So 300 years ago, we humans achieved industrialization for improving material affluence and convenience in life. For example, here, factory, okay. Then we extract the apple. Then the apple is produced as a canned juice. During the producing canned juice, lots of many kinds of pollutions are emitted. This is called processing pollution. Then process the wastes. Okay. Then the canned juice is distributed by car. Then the car emit many CO2 like that. Then the pollution is returned to nature again. This is called distribution pollution. Then we humans emit not apple skin. We discharge the can. Then the can is come here waste and processing pollution is coming here all together return to nature. Then so we enjoy the high level of human material affluence. However, the impact the nature the nature get from human activities in terms of resource extraction and the discharge of waste. Then, that's why at the moment nature original status of nature is being polluted or then also we human society the resource circulation is not well achieved. Therefore this is the identifying resource use and waste discharge. So the resource use and the waste discharge will be totally different by country, even by region or country. Therefore, every local region or every country must identify resource use and waste discharge using this diagram. This is the first step. Next step, then we have to establish policies on the basis of the findings from this diagram. Then the target of policy resource use should be a target for establishing policy and treatment of waste discharged by human activity. So two targets we have to establish. These are the sectors for establishing the policies. Then treatment, as we know, reuse, recycling, upcycling, then finally treatment as final waste. This is the target for establishing resource circulation framework. Then next, when we establish the policies, look here, the status, here A means resource use, B means waste discharge, okay? Then every country at the national level or at the local level, A and B different. So the policy, we can develop a policy applicable to the status of A and B. This means how to treat the current status of A and B, resource use and waste discharge, all right? Again, we can develop another policy applicable to societal system because the current state is determined by social system. Therefore, social system, we can say, social system is driving force writing the current status of resource use and waste discharge. All right. Therefore, the responsible policy, at least two categories. One is applicable to the problem solving of the current status. The other one is this: if we establish a policy against the current social system as the major determinant of current status of A and B, we can call reducing the driving force. Then, if the driving force is reduced, automatically current status of A and B will be weakened. So, the framework for establishing policies, at least, I think we need to use this model. Then, we have to start the establishing the policies. As you know, this is an ideal good governance model. regard A is resource, D waste. Okay, I would like to skip the governance system. I think everyone is know very well. All right. Then finally, based on defining from 1 to 3. Okay, this is I have developed yeah, resource, natural resource. Okay, we have a look here, natural resource. Then resource extraction for producing goods and the service. Okay, then we have to start the framework from resource extraction. Okay. Resource extract. Yeah. So natural resource is extracted for producing goods and service, and the goods and the services are distributed for consumption. All right. Then consumption and the waste disposal. Then the waste government collect the wastes and sorting them for recyclable, reuse, like that. All right. This is the basic, current basic process. All right. Then here, energy recovery, waste disposal fees. For example, in this process, here, the waste is here, all right. Then we can sort the wastes, whether this is recyclable, reusable, or not. So if recyclable resource, then they should go back up. Then this can be applied to this side. However, this is not recyclable resource. Then recognition, no. Then we call them waste. Then among the wastes, we have recyclable. If recyclable, then the recyclable can go to here, energy recovery. Then recycle. If no, that should be the final disposal. Okay, so the energy recovery, then they can be applied to this side. So this is, I think, a desirable framework for establishing resource circulation. Every country or every local region can use. So those things should be framework from defining here, and let's here, further study here, and processing introduction of governance. Then finally we can establish this. So even though the same items in the model, however, every national level or the local level, they have different status. So the detailed items of waste will be different, even though using this model. Okay, then concluding remark. When we develop very beautiful policies. However, in order to launch the policy, lots of money is required. Therefore, without money, we cannot do anything. Therefore, the all national level, the national country or the local government should improve the availability of finance. And also, lots of items here requires highly advanced technology. Therefore, theoretically, we can develop very beautiful policy. However, my country cannot approach the technology is not available. We cannot launch these policies. Therefore, the availability of technology, and also we need social consensus because government launch a policy, then the policy has functions of regulation to businessmen, to citizens in their everyday life. Therefore, government policy alone is not good enough. We need cooperative activities with industry, civil organization, mass media, citizens. So, without a social consensus among those social organizations, government policy alone is not good enough. Therefore, we need money, technology, and social consensus. Those are very, very basic requirements for achieving the resource circulation society successfully. So we can call those areas carrying capacity. Okay, then other activities, transformation of current socio-economic system to a new one, economic area, cultural ethos, citizens, and also the cooperative activities with domestic or international organizations for sharing mutual understanding of the necessity for establishing resource circular society like that. Okay, this is my final. In agricultural society, this is the Titanic. I think everyone has enjoyed the movie Titanic. This is the Noah's Ark in Christian Bible, all right? So in agricultural society, we enjoyed Noah's Ark. That means low level of material affluence, convenience, low level of convenience in everyday life. After industrialization, 300 years ago, we started enjoy the Titanic. What happened to Titanic? So we have to decide if we continue enjoying Titanic, that will result in the destruction of resource and energy circulation in nature itself. Then automatically that will impact on negative way of resource circulation in society. Therefore, if we continue enjoying Titanic, our near future, okay, this is the master, all right? Then even the dog must wear the mask. I think dog is innocent. If they are guilty, they are living with humans. Dog also must wear the masks. Yeah, this is our near future if we continue enjoying Titanic without resource circulation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leon, for presenting very interesting paper with an anthropocentric approach to the problem of resource circulation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We move to the second paper by Miss Parul Agarwal. This is also presentation. She is the country program manager in UN Habitat India. Our theme would be livable cities and sustainable communities. May I now invite Ms. Parul Agarwal to present presentation.
Yes, thank you. Greetings, everyone. I'll just start sharing my screen, and but while we are setting it up, really truly appreciate the opportunity of interacting with everyone today. So I'll keep my remarks to the theme of livable cities and sustainable communities, with focus on climate change. I thought it's very pertinent given the crisis that we are all facing and the recently concluded COP27 global conference also, that let's not shift the focus and let's again draw our collective attention to the challenge that we are facing globally and specifically cities on this important crisis. So these metrics, I'm sure most of us are aware of. 55% of the world's population lives in cities. A number is going to be, which would increase by 2.5 more billion persons in the next 20-25 years. And of these, we know, based on our initial assessments, that up to 3.6 billion of us will live in hotspots that are already highly vulnerable to climate change. 608 million persons are already in low-lying coastal zones, and given the Indian subcontinent is also surrounded by water. It goes on to say how vulnerable we are also as a country to this global to this crisis. 10% of the world's physical assets and populations live in urban centers, which are less than 10 meters above the sea level. 25 megacities, and out of which 4 to 5 are already in India, will also be affected by sea level rise. Added to it, we know how sensitive the urban poor, the urban dwellers are to all these, to the different types of crises, not only dealing with the social, economic inequities that they have to deal with day to day. And the climate will only, will add to the challenges. This is a representation of where those global hotspots are, and we can see quite a few on the within the Indian subcontinent as well. And the numbers are alarming. We're looking at more than 105 million, 15 million persons that may be displaced, and quite a significant amount of land that could be lost if the sea levels rise. An image that is common not just in India but globally now of the urban flooding. So the impact, we know, the impact is that the rapid growth in urban vulnerability means that cities need, have limited capacities to adapt to this new change. Low-lying settlements are already experiencing these compounding impacts. The coastal cities are disproportionately affected. And then, which means that there are overlapping vulnerabilities. Again, these are settlements, communities, which comprise of people who do not have the advantage of income, social protection, and are also getting impacted because of the climate change. So we see that the climate risks will continue to accelerate beyond 2050 and even beyond over into the next century. This is despite a prediction or a sort of hope that the global warming would stop, but the climate risks will continue to increase. Another important aspect when we look at urban planning topic that comes up is who's going to look at the finance. And again, coming out of COP, member countries do make commitments, but we still see there's a big gap. Only 21% of climate finance right now is going into adaptation and resilience, and only 10% of these global commitments are actually reaching the cities. Second, by 2030, the developing world will have to spend up to $300 billion a year just to cope up with the challenge of the climate. And the call for adaptation, of having a breakthrough commitments that the various member countries have given of 100 billion per year fall short quite significantly, and so we need to to continue to engage on really looking at what how to fund this infrastructure. Another point to discuss is that the resilient infrastructure is not just about higher expenditures, but it also leads to net benefit. So every dollar that is invested in making our infrastructure, our local communities resilient, has an overall benefit of over $4. So that's another important point to bring up and to discuss with various stakeholders. And and then the dividend of the resilience is not just that it leads to avoiding the losses from disasters, but then this development can also be made by investments that the households do, that the businesses do in making their local communities and businesses more resilient. And it has significant economic, social, and environmental co-benefits. So now, where does this issue and the aspiration to mitigate the negative impacts of climate fit into the new urban agenda? New urban agenda is a blueprint that was adopted and endorsed by the UN member countries in 2016 at the third Habitat 3 conference that occurred in Quito, Ecuador. And this was coming out of the adoption of sustainable development goals, and as a way for what would it take and what are those specific tools and levers that countries and cities can use to achieve sustainable development goals. So it's organized around 5 key pillars. The first one, that each country should have a national urban policy. It has to, we need to strengthen our urban legislations and regulations. We need to focus on urban planning design. We need to look at local economy, municipal finance, and then focus on local implementation of these ideas. And the debate and the climate issue needs to be mainstreamed across all these five areas. We can see this through the schematic on the right, that sustainable development goal has several interlinkages. Achieving the targets under SDGs can lead to improving the climate action, SDG 13. It can improve to better production, consumption. And on the other side, it can also has very significant connections with SDGs 6, 7, and 9, which focus on water, sanitation, health, education, clean energy, and others. The whole focus of the new urban agenda is how can we manage our cities better? How can we govern them better? How can we look at the development, financing, design, and planning of these cities so that it can lead to a more holistic improvement across all the SDGs? And I thought I'll share some solutions and some good case studies also that we that we have available with us to make this a reality. So first action that's important is to mobilize the funds and the money where it matters. We need to look at not just the urban poor communities, but that's a approaching a dual principle where it's not just it's looking at focusing on leaving no one behind, but also looking at leaving no space behind. And that is where this first point on where are those local hotspots located spatially is important. Then we need to understand what are the vulnerabilities, what are the risks that different target groups experience, to integrate and empower them with community-based adaptation. And here again, the focus is that the solutions, local solutions often lie with the communities themselves. Incorporate these into broader city level plans, make sure that there is integration. Identify and develop projects that can lead to more large-scale investments, and then to facilitate their integration at the national level. So looking at vertical linkages, but from a very bottom-up approach again, I'm sure something that resonates a lot amongst all the practitioners and the audience here as well. And the outcomes, if we focus on what are the possible outcomes and the gains, the pro-poor climate action, if it's mainstreamed into national policies and the commitments, it could lead to a more comprehensive policy environment, coordination, generating a global momentum around these important goals, and also requiring anchoring them into the national mandate. The second outcome, if we want to achieve, which is on increasing the investments and financing for pro-poor adaptation and mitigation, like we saw in the previous slide, that it can lead to a triple dividend of the resilient investments. There is a net gain for every dollar that is invested. A long-term resilience strategy can also help the cities by reducing their operational costs, the challenge of regular flooding, sometimes water positive, sometimes water negative situation that the cities experience, and also improve the social, economic, environmental well-being of the urban poor. Third, again, it can lead to enhancing the capacities of the local governments and the core partners. It can build a coalition for us to collectively join forces to strengthen this bottom-up approach for resilient planning, really making those financial decisions in a comprehensive manner so that the community's needs are actually met and understood, and focusing on the local risks and vulnerabilities much better. So just want to leave you with a few impact stories of projects that we have, studies that we have done in India as well. So this is a typical situation now emerging out of Vijayawada, where the streets get waterlogged. This is a settlement or community just along the banks of River Krishna, and we worked with the city to develop a vulnerability assessment map of what are the risks that the neighborhood is currently facing, and then also projecting it a bit into the future with the business as usual scenario. The temperatures continue to rise, and some considerations that the city can like put in place when they're designing these looking at a local area development plan. So so we see, what we observe are some situation where the canal's edge was not properly maintained, the circulation was limited to was irregular, and provided limited access to the actual edge of the canal, undeveloped scattered buildings, and so we work with the local grassroots organization, the SPA Vijayawada, and the municipality, the municipal commissioner team, to see if they can look at an incremental way of improvements in the area. So over a timeline of 1 to 2 years, can we look at improving the canal's edge, to clean up the water, improve the street network in a way that it follows the complete street guidelines, that is pedestrian friendly, has has all the basic elements of a good street design, and then incrementally increasing the green, and looking at how to move some of the vulnerable pockets, low-lying areas, to a different part of the city, and at the same time making some good public space improvements along the water's edge. So basically, again, connecting the water back into the local communities, and some just representation of what the development could eventually be. Because again, the global experience is that once the city invests in its natural assets, especially water bodies, greens, the public plazas. They usually stimulate additional investments and serve as attracting people and business around those sites. So again, to demonstrate that incrementally over a period of time, some improvements and resilient investments into cities' natural assets can only lead to more gains. Um, these were some calculations that we worked with the city on what the possible population densities could be, what's the break up between the built and unbuilt spaces, and so on. And just some other examples of a slightly larger scale of climate resilient design, again focusing more from how the local area-based strategies are also important in the city planning discussion. And merging that with importance of climate action. So an example from Philippines where climate resilient designs focus on citywide action plan, but then also identified specific hotspots where urban design, planning, investments needed to be made. Looking at again making sure that those investments respond to the needs of the urban informal settlements that are often often get neglected in our in the plans, the coastal zone management, so that we respond to the long-term climate change, and also making sure that the nature-based solutions over the conventional hardscape planning and civil engineering solutions are emphasized. Another example from Ghana, where this is looking at a much larger scale of land use planning and a more refined model of predicting the types of risks that could be that this particular region can could experience, and then based on that developing specific land use and community level strategies to mitigate the coastal erosion. So I would just I don't want to take too much of your time, but these are some normative tools and publication that are available on Gain-Proof for local planning, and emphasizing the importance of climate change and the blue-green network in the mix. So thank you so much, and looking forward to your reaction and discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babu, for presenting a highly qualitative paper on livable cities and sustainable communities. You have had your basic training in public administration, and that was quite reflective in the presentation you made. Thank you once again. Question? Thank you very much. Now I have to invite Rahul Dey for physical presentation on impact of transportation sector on the environment and way forward. Professor Dr. Rahul Dey is the Dean School of Planning, Real Estate and Infrastructure at Nikmar University, Pune. He has had his master's and PhD in transportation engineering from the University of Massachusetts.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here to talk to you about this particular topic, impact of transportation sector on the environment and the way forward. To me, it fits very nicely with the new urban agenda, which we are trying to talk about the livable cities. So, I'm not a planner, but I'm a civil engineer and transportation engineer. So I'll give you my sort of a view of how to sort of look at this impact of the transportation sector on the environment, and then perhaps what could be done to sort of mitigate to make our cities livable. So that's the agenda for today's sort of small talk which I intend to give. This is the brief outline of this presentation, brief introduction, some definition of the problem, some data which we will try to talk about, and then we'll try to discuss some way forward as we sort of move along. It's very well known that the human activity is a significant contributor to the climate change. So that's a well-known fact. If you look at transportation in particular, it's responsible for the 1/4 of the greenhouse gas emissions coming from the transportation sector across the world. For India, the number is slightly 13% less. You can say it's 13%, while for the US the contribution is like 27%. So those numbers are less for India, but that's the point which I want to make a little bit later. That this number is going to rise as we sort of do more urbanization. That's what has been spoken about this morning. And today also, if you look at our cities, you will see that the average contribution of the transportation sector is more than the US average, also 27% that average we have mentioned. So this is a big problem for us. This is some data which is available. I don't know if you will be able to see this slide directly or not, but to make a point, United States has 837 vehicles, 837 vehicles per 1,000 population. That's the data they have. They have 837 vehicles per 1,000 population. We have something like 225 vehicles per 1,000 population. Okay, so we are going to go there someday. We are not there yet. With 225 vehicles per 1,000 population, what we are seeing is an 11% contribution to the emission sector in India. So if that number goes up, whether it will go up or it will not go up due to policy intervention specifically, if that number goes up and catches the US number, even if it's not US also, the other countries also, Europe is very high, France also, by 69. So if we do that, then again it's going to be a big issue. This is something of a vehicle sales data which you can see it's going up, and then the COVID struck and the vehicle sort of sales data went down. But overall, this data is showing a trend where the vehicle ownership is increasing in India, and with the new new middle class which is coming up, you can see that the vehicle sales are happening more and more. And what it's leading to, this is the problem that we are trying to talk about. And what you see here is a picture from India only. Primarily cars only. Primarily cars flooding the streets, and we are trying to create more and more infrastructure which will be able to solve this particular problem. But as the literature shows, as the study shows, you cannot build infinite highways. That's just not possible. You have 16-lane highways in California, and still people figure out a way to congest those 16-lane highways also. So building highway or building our way out of it is not going to be the solution, and we have to look at other angles of that. So that's the vehicle angle here, that the vehicle ownership is increasing. If you look at the problem in terms of the emission, that's the topic of the day. If you look at the air quality standards also. Now this emissions or air quality or the environmental problem is a very broad problem. So this is just WHO guidelines. Here you see a couple of sort of parameters, if I would want to call them. So particulate matter 2.5, particulate matter 10. Apart from that, you have your GHG emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. Apart from that, you have the global warming problem. There are multiple problems which are merged together, which are direct result of transportation activity which has taken place. So this is some data which we sort of see, and then we frequently see these kind of newspaper reports that India is one of the top 5 most polluted countries in the world. New Delhi always has bad air quality in the winter especially, and all these things are going to be a problematic thing. Delhi in particular, I don't know how much this data is reliable now or not, but Delhi has roughly 1.5% of India's population or 1% of India's population, but they own 7% of India's vehicles. So the problem which we are trying to talk about even in vehicle ownership, I told you 225 per thousand population, it's not a big number. But when you look at the context of an urban area, this concentration of vehicle is very, very bad. Not only this concentration of vehicle is very, very bad, I showed you a picture where it was a completely congested street. If you look at the greenhouse gas emissions also, and if you look at some kind of data, if you're driving your car at 60 kilometers per hour, you will produce, let's say, X amount of pollution. You drive your car now at 10 kilometers per hour, you will produce 2.53x pollution. So if you have those kind of congested streets, what's going to happen? Your pollution is going to increase. This concentration of vehicle is really, really bad. So of course we know all those kind of solutions which are out there. Implementing them is difficult, but this is a troubling sort of a situation. You see lots of this development DPRs, this detailed project reports, where they propose a new road for congestion alleviation, and this congestion alleviation is going to reduce the carbon footprint of transportation because you have reduced congestion. But the induced traffic which is going to happen because of that particular road, eventually in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, you're going to come back to the same kind of situation. I wanted to show you this data from yesterday from air quality from Shivajinagar, Pune. We are from Pune, I'm from Pune. So it's 162, and you again see particulate matter 2.5, 77, which is way beyond 3-4 times the UN limit which I had shown you earlier. I wanted to show you one more thing about the Shivajinagar Pune data. This is the Shivajinagar data. I don't know if you can see this clearly or not, but if I can move my cursor over here, this is the central part, Shivajinagar, 162 air quality. We are luckily here, Nikman, somewhere here, where the air quality is 77, so we breathe better air. But the point here being, in this Shivajinagar, the center of the city of Pune, there are not any industry over there. There are not any industrial pollution which is happening over there. So whatever pollution is happening over there, this pollution is the pollution which is a result of mostly the transportation activity which is there. So that is something which is very, very significant in urban areas. These are some of the numbers which you cannot see probably because of the slide, the way it is designed. But again, transportation sector contributing to 27% of the pollution. But within that, again, I cannot also read here. But the light and heavy duty traffic, the light and heavy duty trucks, they are the major polluters. Right? We have data which shows how much kilograms of CO2 will be emitted depending on the vehicle miles traveled. Your cars might not travel as much, but your heavy duty trucks, your light duty trucks, they travel a lot and they cause more and more pollution. So again, once we understand the problem, that's the point, you can come up with solutions which will be suitable in that particular way. For India also we have data which shows that the NO pollution, 81% of NO pollution is from on-road vehicles in Delhi. For particulate matter, 2.5, it's 28 to 30% in winter and 17 to 20% in summer. And lots of pollution basically happening due to vehicles. Similar kind of data is available for Pune also, all other cities. There are carbon inventories for cities which are available. Here also you can see that the CO pollution, at least in the city of Pune, is significant compared to other cities. NO pollution is common throughout other parts of the cities also. So again, transportation is a big polluter. That's the one thing which we sort of take away from this. I don't want to go into the ill effect of pollution if we all know those things, what's going to happen. One more thing I wanted to sort of point out, we talk about all these GHG emissions, global warming and all those kind of things. And one of the solutions which comes out is we reduce the dependency on the fossil fuels, and that's what we want to do. And we shift to more cleaner fuels. you have electric vehicles. Again, not going into the 60% of India's electricity is produced by coal, but still, even if we have electric vehicles, which will be clean vehicles, no tailpipe emissions, at least local pollution is reduced. There is data which also shows that the dust particles which are coming out of the friction between the road and the tire, that is also leading to particulate matter kind of a pollution. So there are multiple things which a vehicle will contribute. Okay, that's the, if I am looking for a villain over here in my presentation, it's the vehicle which is the villain over here. Vehicle ownership, vehicle, the kind of pollution which is created by the by the vehicle itself. Though it is a very useful vehicle to go from one place to another, but that's the sort of bottom line over here. So what's the way forward? This is the avoid, shift, improve kind of framework which is available to us, that we can try to sort of reduce the vehicle miles of travel. We can create new kinds of policies. It goes into the domain of what is called as sort of transportation demand management. We go into the domain of transportation demand management. And when we go into the domain of transportation demand management, it's very important to understand the word demand over here and the nature of the word demand. Again, as I told you the example of Delhi, this demand is very much spatial demand. Spatial demand in the sense, this is in a sense sort of restricted to the urban areas. This demand is a temporal demand also. You don't hopefully get congestion in the midnight in most of the cities. So it's morning peak hours, it's afternoon peak hours. So this is one way to understand demand. One is spatial, it's restricted to a particular area. It's temporal, it's during a particular period of time. The third most important thing to sort of remember, and which we all know sort of, is the transportation is sort of a derived demand. Transportation is a derived demand. People generally don't travel for the sake of traveling. They're going to travel to accomplish a certain task. And when we understand this particular demand, nature of the demand of transportation, then we have all these solutions which are going to come, which are the demand management. So whether you talk about mixed land use, whether you talk about transit-oriented development, whatever solutions which we are trying to talk about, all those solutions are going to come from this understanding of this particular word demand. And there are lots of solutions which are in this particular space which can be there. Primarily, the solutions can be sort of divided into sort of three major categories. One, which is the most important, is the policy level category, which is going to be very important. How do you sort of promote more, let's say, public transport compared to a personalized transport kind of a thing? How do you promote is a good question. In transportation, we have what are called as choice riders and captive riders. Choice riders in the sense the people who have disposable income and they can choose to use public transport, and then you have captive riders who would be forced to use public transport. So the question generally becomes, how do you move these choice riders to use a public transport system? We have, fortunately or unfortunately, lots of captive riders, which makes our public transport to an extent attractive to financially exploited. But that's a very good question. And that sort of brings us to the second sort of part of the solution space, which is the behavioral aspect, which is going to be there. How do you change the behavior of the people? How do you ask them to share a cab, share a taxi, share something, or use a public transport? That's a behavioral part of the story, which is going to be there. And the third one, which is I think the more solution, that's a more feasible kind of a solution in my opinion, is the technology solution, which will sort of be happening in the next few years. I mentioned about electric vehicle a few minutes ago, and that's one way of trying to reduce the tailpipe emissions. The government of India right now, I don't know how much committed they are on the electric mobility, because I think hydrogen is the next one which they are trying to sort of promote. And hydrogen also, again, it's going to be fuel cell electric vehicles which they are going to be doing. So again, there's a technology which is going to help us, but again, if we depend on the vehicles, probably that's not going to solve the problem. How do we do more mixed land use? How do we do more public transport? That is something which is going to happen, which is going to sort of help. And how to make this sort of technology more, what do I want to say? The cost of building a tunnel is a very high cost. people are trying to work on the cost aspect of that. How do you reduce the cost of building a tunnel? You don't have spaces also in urban areas. So again, technology is one place where you can see a lot of things which will happen, and it will sort of allow us to solve these kind of problems. To summarize, the issues are very well documented. Everybody knows this. This data is available. There's a great attention being paid to urban planning, and we are seeing lots of metro rails, some electric mobility, talk about green hydrogen. So these are the steps which have been taken. What's going to help? What's going to help is leveraging the technology which we have. What's going to help is the user behavior part of the story. What's going to help is the awareness, the capacity building, what we need to do. That is what is going to help. One more slide on stakeholder actions, which I think it's not easy to read, but of course you have government, you have automobile manufacturers, we are academics, researchers over here. We all have a role to play. The media, the general public, everybody has a role to play. So we can take actions. Some of the things, I'll just show you one slide and then I'll stop over here. What will help is sort of a good question. And what will not help is a very good question. Sometimes there is what is called as the magic of marketing. The magic of marketing is the same way the Diet Coke works, the same way the sugar-free thing works. Just because it's sugar-free, you can eat lots of cake, and then it doesn't give you desired results. So just because you have a hybrid car or if you have a green car or a green building, it does not sort of allow you to use that resource more than what you should sort of use. Sometimes there is these are incremental changes, not to criticize green car or a hybrid car. Hybrid car is a very good car compared to your pure petrol car. But then we sometimes lose the meaning of what is the purpose of that particular thing. That's my 2 cents on the transportation and its impact on the environment. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll be around, so if you have questions now, we'll take it now. Otherwise, we can take it later. We can always talk later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It has been very thought-provoking and very practical presentation. We have all enjoyed it. Are we opening some discussion?
We are quite late already. Okay, so you can request the speakers to limit to 15 minutes. Catch up with the
Let the speakers take their time. Thank you very much, President. Next paper we take now is again virtual. It's by Vaishali Kushan from MSMEs. She's presenting on MSE's circular economy. MS and circular economy. Virtual.
He has not joined as yet, so we can
move ahead.
Send a message saying that he's not able to hear anything. No sound, I can't see anything. Go down. Maybe
others are
we can have it later on.
Yeah.
Okay. Move on to our next presentation by Dr. Harjinder Singh. Has extensive experience as senior and management level in urban and regional planning in the public sector in Australia. He is from Melbourne. The theme of the paper is livable cities and sustainable communities. An overview of land of Melbourne, 2017 to 2015.
He has completed his brief, whatever happened in Gurnath. He served there for a long time as assistant professor, associate professor, and then
He comes from the School of Planning. Guru Nanak Dev. Most of
we all are students.
yes, this is what I mean. Most of the students are here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Chanma, Mr. Swag, fellow presenters. I wish to thank the Institute who has given me the opportunity to share my thoughts with you all, specifically just one thing. I was really looking, when he spoke to me about this, I was really looking forward to this opportunity to share what is happening in that part of the world and also to meet you as well. So in relation to Sustainable Development Goals, 2030 agenda of UN, we have already spoken about that, so I won't go detail into this. But my presentation will, given the time, so I will be focusing on how that agenda is reflected in the planning provisions in the state of Victoria and through the system. Before I talk about that, I will just share with you that city planning or urban planning is part of the state subject. So whereas the role of the Commonwealth government, which is federal government, is only of guiding nature. So the real planning happens on the ground with the active guidance as well as practical actions taken by the state government as well as by the local government. And the local government has also a greater degree of autonomy so far as planning, development of planning vision is concerned or practice is concerned. In relation to state of Victoria, this is the second populated state in Australia, and Melbourne is the largest city with 4.5 million population. Around 2/3 of the state population lives in Melbourne. The state has developed its planning vision, which means planning for its settlements for the next up to 2050. So next 30 years vision has been developed. Within Melbourne, again, there are around 32 local councils. The area is quite large city, and the district councils or regional councils, there are about 47 councils there as well. So both these documents, these plans, the regional plans as well as Metropolitan Melbourne Plan, they are linked through Planning and Environment Act 1987. So all those provisions of the plans which have been developed, they are reflected in the act. It is not just on the paper. So there is a statutory enforcement or support to implement those plans. This slide basically shows the regional Victoria as well as Metropolitan Melbourne. There are 8 regional cities apart from Metropolitan Melbourne, which are spread around Melbourne as well as throughout Victoria. And then there are local, further lower level centers as well, as we all know in the planning. But Melbourne, as I said, housing 2/3 of the state population, is the main metropolitan capital city. This is again, slide shows basically how the Melbourne is spread around Um, just a photo image of the city. Now, in relation to metropolitan planning, Plan Melbourne 2050, so there are 7 focus areas of that plan. And that plan is up to 2050 vision. And there is one focus area, which is community and livability. So livability and sustainability, which is part of the UN Global Agenda, Goal 11, that is reflected through that. And then there are principles and directions of the plan, which basically provides how the city is to develop and how the outcomes are to be achieved through the development of policies, direction, standards, etc., etc. Again, so far as Plan Melbourne is concerned, and particularly in relation to sustainable growth, there are 3 things which I will be covering briefly. One is neighborhood activity center. These are known as 20-minute neighborhoods. We all know in the planning world what is neighborhood planning is. So I won't go into detail of those because we all understand what it means. The only thing which I would like to highlight about neighborhood planning is that in Melbourne, this concept is quite important to achieve the outcomes of the sustainable agenda, in the sense that the effort is to minimize transport planning and encouraging walking. So the 20 minutes neighborhoods are that from the farthest place, the neighborhood center is not more than 20 minutes walking distance. Different role in minimizing pollution and also achieve that agenda. And the other thing in relation to that is the transport planning in itself. In transport planning, I'm not going to touch about the road transport. I will just focus on the rail transport. How rail transport plays important role in achieving that agenda. And the third one is environmentally sensitive building design outcomes. On the ground level when the buildings are actually planned or how we achieve those outcomes. There is a 4th one as well, which I am not going to cover, that is water sensitive urban design. I believe Dr. Bikramjeet Singh Sheikh, he will be covering that. So I'm not going to touch that. So I have already covered those points, but just to highlight about 20 minutes neighborhoods again, the point which I would highlight is, apart from the planning consideration, it is very, very focused on the community, and there is a very high degree of involvement of the community and the stakeholders in the development of neighborhood plans. So they have a big say, not only at the time of inception or development of the goals or the vision for that pocket or for that area, but at every stage when the draft plan is prepared and when the final plan is prepared, people take a lot of interest and they participate, and their participation actually plays quite important role in giving a final shape to the neighborhoods. So this is another example of how these 20 minutes neighborhood plans are prepared. So I'm not going into details of those as given the time, but there are estimates that there will be a lot of savings in terms of economy if we implement those in full scale. So just I'm reading it from here. It shows that it is estimated that 50% of short private vehicle trips were instead made walking because of these. And so far as in terms of dollar terms, so $165 million will be saved each year through this concept and development of these plans. Now, on the other side, you look at the other diagram that is, so it is not here, the picture. It is coming, it's coming here. I want to show this. Next. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Now, if you look at both these diagrams, you will see the rail network, train network plays quite actually important role in our I don't have the exact figures, but around 30% of the trips to the work are taken by public transport, that is rail, that is tram, and the buses as well. And particularly the train network is quite significant. But there is one, as you say, issue so far as this network is concerned. If you look at it is all radial. So all the railway lines or train lines, they go to the city. So if you have to go from one part of the city to the other part, you have to go through the CBD, through the city. So this makes trips longer and costly as well. And apart from that, there is a lot of, you see, emissions. You see, gas emissions, otherwise adding pollution to the environment. So this was a big issue. And now the Labour government in Victoria, they have come up with a big project, massive project, I would say, two massive projects. One is was the removal of railway crossings. It was a huge project, and I'm happy to share that nearly 99% of rail crossings have been removed in Melbourne. You won't come across rail crossings or over bridges or under bridges have been constructed. So otherwise, there were, you see, vehicles stopping at the railway crossing, emissions, and all that, all the same. So that the removal of the rail crossing will be playing a big role in achieving the sustainability livability agenda. The other massive project which is underway now in Melbourne, that is suburban rail loop. So trying to make it radial as well, so far as the train network is concerned. It's quite a massive. And the eastern and northern part of this one. So it is radial. If you look at the eastern part as well as the northern part, will be all underground. And whereas on the western side, near where the Melbourne airport is, it will be overground. It will reduce, again, as I said, unnecessary longer trips, minimize emissions, and will save a lot of time and in dollar terms cost as well. It is, and also apart from giving lots of employment during the next 30 years or so. So it is quite a massive and visionary project which the Labour government has decided to implement. And then the next, this is about more information about suburban rail route. I'm not going into this. Then the other part, which is quite important, is the energy efficient and sustainable buildings. So far as there are, you can see the figures. I'm not going to repeat those figures. There will be a lot of savings once these planning or building regulations, controls are implemented, and we are being implemented in terms of energy, water effluents, or atmospheric emissions, and all that, and minimize lots of waste as well. So the focus is on the design and planning of buildings, not just on the layout planning, the road network and everything, but minutely on the buildings level as well. So then the other question is that how the benefits would be, and how we are making sure in Victoria that these things are to be implemented. Now, you look at the tools. When anyone, whether a household or a developer, they prepare plans for an area or for a building, then it is mandatory for them actually to provide a sustainability report, that the design of the building is sustainable and environmentally friendly. So when those projects are submitted to council or to the state government, then planners as well as specialists in environmental assessment, they go through those reports as well. And the minimum, previously it was that they must achieve at least level 5, but then it has been improved to 6. Even now it's level 7. So there is continuous improvement so far as the standard is concerned. And then the tools which are used for that assessment, I have listed those in the slide. Again, not going into detail, but as you look at the things or the elements which are which form part of or are being assessed are energy efficiency, use of water, then environmental quality of the building, internal, then minimization of waste, then again minimizing using unnecessary trips, ecology, and innovation. So these are the elements which form part of an assessment, and then there are different tools as I listed. So depending upon the scale of the development and depending upon the nature of development, you use those tools for assessment. Then there are, if you look at the levels of assessment, there are 3 levels of assessment so far as an environmental friendly design is concerned. The one is SDA, which is basically for a house or ordinary development. And then SDA plus, which is a relatively large buildings. And then SMP, which is basically Sustainable Management Plan, which is applied for still larger developments. So these are the tools which are now mandatory. These provisions are mandatory, and those are assessed. You won't get an approval for a building until it qualifies or get the certificate from sustainability point. So this is again level of assessment. Then comes the future. So if you look at the future, I would say it's quite bright. And there are a number of reasons for that. One is the awareness among the public. The public is very aware. They want their houses, their buildings eco-friendly. And the other is the development industry. Actually, development industry is cooperating with the councils and the local government in achieving this. The reason for that is because there is greater demand for eco-friendly buildings rather than the others. So they are partners rather than opposing or resisting those changes as well. So far as the learnings are concerned, from this experience, I would say I'm not quite sure. Pardon me if I'm not correct or if I state something else, because I'm not aware I'm not up to date what is happening in Punjab, Haryana, or this part. So my guess is that maybe the states should, if not, have a vision for next 30 years, 40 years. And that vision should not be just for one city or two cities or just for city. It should be for all settlements. And the planning community, we are aware that villages, towns and cities, they are interconnected. So you can't plan one set of settlements in isolation of other settlements. So a comprehensive view needs to be, or you say, developed, and then reflected in the legal provision through the act, so that you can enforce it, and then plus the machinery, the workforce for the implementation of those. And then another thing I would share is that the involvement of the local government. So they must have a greater say, effective say, and then the effective say of the community as well. I know from a past experience, I'm not aware what is, if it has changed. The public doesn't show much interest in participating in such projects. So we need to encourage them, so that they attend those meetings, they come and they contribute and inform the final designs of plans and other things. And again, I'm not sure if there are disputes, for example, between the development industry, the municipality or development authority in relation to any development. Then in Victoria, we have planning court. So the applicant or the developer can go to that court or tribunal, where he or she can make presentations, and practically the decision of that court or tribunal is fine. But still you can go to high court against the decision, but it really, very rarely happens. So this is all. If my presentation and paper is there, most welcome. If there are any questions after this session, I will be leaving for Mursa, because we are having alumni meet there. My apologies for that. I really wanted to be here for 2 days with just one. I'm really proud of him. I need not to say he's a lovely guy, and I always enjoy interaction with him. I miss him, to be honest, being here. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor, for making a beautiful presentation of planning not in isolation, but in practice. And taking highlighting three interesting points: neighborhood planning for giving us work, transport planning and building planning with experiences of this. And this presentation is highly appreciated. Thank you very much. Next presentation is by Yashmi Gupta. Yashmi Gupta is from the Guru Ramdas School of Planning and I've been listening to his presentations regularly in every seminar we have, and I look forward to very interesting and very thought-provoking ideas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What an occasion is it today that I made my first presentation when Dr. Harjinder Singh organized a seminar at School of Planning, Amritsar, where I was a student. And in 3 years' time, I'll be retiring, and he is in front of me again. Thank you very much, sir, for enriching me and making me so that I'm at this platform. At the same time, my apologies are due to just one thing, Ji, because as Dr. Harjinder Singh has said, we are celebrating the golden jubilee of Guru Ramdas School of Planning, but because of some reasons, the dates have clashed, and we'll be missing this one thing there, because all the time, in all the alumni meetings, he was always there. Special tribute to Surjit Singh Ji, because in many cases, in many ways, Surjit Singh Ji, he was associated very closely to the school. He has helped the school to a great extent. And the man behind Kamar Surjit Singh, that is just one thing, Ji. They are the persons who became pillars to the school in many ways when I was heading the school and subsequently as well. In front of all, I again apologize, sir. When this topic of new urban agenda, reorienting transformation strategies for livable cities and sustainable communities, that is SDG 11, was in front of me, I thought what to do, because a lot has been said on this earlier, and I thought why not dwell upon as a teacher what is this urban October, and then what is whether there is a sync between urban October and the new urban agenda. So this presentation is basically looking into a month which is dedicated by the United Nations for the urban areas, and because it is new urban agenda, so I'm trying to explore the sync between the two. You must be knowing, but as a teacher, we have to do it. We have to be conceptually clear. So that's why I wanted to teach myself what urban October is. Basically, it is the first Monday of October till the 31st of October, when some activities should be designed, should be held. And United Nations came up with this idea that first Monday of October should be designated as World Habitat Day, and the 31st of October should be organized as World Cities Day. So this is a journey of 31 days in a way, and on the advice of Dr. Kulwant Singh, being coordinator of Center for Sustainable Habitat, since last 3 years, we have been celebrating both the days. But while I was going through what has happened over a period of time, I thought that in between also something should be there. So from this platform, sir, I ensure that not only the first Monday of October, but and the 31st of October, in between also something would happen, and it is where World Habitat Day needs to be understood in the manner that what were the themes of World Habitat Day, and what were the themes of World Cities Day, whether there was sync or not, and exploring what were the themes of World Habitat Day across the years, because the World Habitat Day was celebrated in 1986.
And
And it is where
the focus
the focus areas
are
are
they were
actually
the
the shelter,
or you can say
or you can say the housing, and this span
extended
till
1996.
1996.
So
So 10 years time, the focus was on shelter and housing.
But later
But
on,
later on, till date,
the
the
focus
focus is on cities.
So
So World Habitat Day started with shelter and housing, I would say, and then it shifted to cities because habitat is a larger area.
And at the same
And at the
time,
same time,
once
we talk about the habitat, it is not only the human habitat. It is all type of habitat, flora and fauna. And it is where
in
in 2014, when first World Cities Day was organized or held, now it is a click. What happened to the World Habitat Day? That there was need for World Cities Day. Because if I go towards the themes of World Habitat Day, already the events were organized at the city level.
then why
Specifically World Cities Day? Because now cities are experiencing some special or some extraordinary issues. Not all cities are having those issues similarly. Maybe due to climate change, because of the environmental issues, because of habitat issues. So if I go into the theme part of World Cities Day, there needs there is a need to have say duplication and continuation of discussion.
This
is what I could perceive it from the themes only. And it is where, if you see towards the themes of World Cities Day, that you will get that last theme was to act local, to go global. Because now the cities are global entities in a way. And the mega cities and metropolises, they are the engine. The smaller cities, they do contribute, but probably the mega cities and the metropolitan cities are the engine, where the focus is. And majority of the problems, urban problems discussed are again at the metropolitan and mega level. Whatever slide my fellow colleague has shown about the car population, that is again for a bigger city. For smaller cities, the situation is not the same.
So
it is where we need to look into why Urban October becomes important for India. Of course, the earlier speakers have spoken on various aspects, but just a quick run, that population is increasing. Indian urban population is increasing. And this would be increasing further as well. I'll show the figures. So I'm not going into the figure part. And the challenges are like urban sprawl was stopped, and it is really an issue because the way sprawl is occurring, whether this is sustainable or not, without the basic infrastructure and without the travel needs, without the transportation facilities, the sprawl is occurring, and the result is increment in the car population.
So if
we see Melbourne, where rail is up to the suburbs, that kind of infrastructure our cities are not having.
If
Delhi is a successful proposition in terms of rail, not all cities are Delhi. And it is in that context that urban sprawl has to be taken. Similarly, the land-man ratio. In all my presentations, I put this slide intentionally because this is the reducing to a great extent. And the future is also not very strong. Once land-man ratio is reducing, it means we are going vertical. Verticality means more population. And if examples like 20 minutes neighborhood, they are not taken into account. If examples like mixed land use, examples like TOD are not taken into account in the times to come, then we are going to face different kinds of problems. These are some of the examples how our cities are sprawling. Are they livable cities? Are they sustainable cities? All of us know. Because
as I told you that I would be retiring in 3 years' time, my daughter is after me that you are not going to go in Delhi because I bought some property in Delhi and she said you are not going to be because she is working in Delhi and she is facing a lot of problems.
and
And as a result, now she is
suggesting
suggesting
that
that you have to be somewhere else.
so that way
So that way, livable
and
cities and
sustainable
sustainable cities, they are becoming questions in themselves. I think I missed the train. Sir, it on a nerve hit. I have missed that train because when this structure was being constructed, I requested Governor Jeet Singh ji that you give me one flat here as well. So that time it was not available. Thank you, sir.
I know.
I know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So
So climate change and urban heat island is another issue because the way the development in the cities is occurring, they are nothing but heat. We are losing green spaces to a great extent. And losing green part that makes my campus livable because
still 94% of the campus is green. It has about 1 lakh trees. So when people were running for oxygen, some families from Delhi came to my place and the kids never wanted to go back to Delhi. So those places I would be missing in the times to come. Similarly, urban floods, that's a big issue. And this particular slide is for 23rd of September 2022. This was the situation in Delhi just with one rain. My fellow colleagues, sir, you must be remembering we were in Shimla and on that day this happened in Delhi. So this is the fate of our Indian cities. Are they livable? Are they really sustainable? Can we really have sponge cities? Do we have those funds with us to construct or to build sponge cities? Similarly, over-ambition of mankind. I always give this example. You must be knowing that Kedarnath floods. I gave this example there also, and if some Jal Devta is there, then it has done nothing but it has taken possession. Why the people constructed their houses in the riverbed? And nothing has happened to the uplands. It is only the riverbed that is clean now. Why the coastal regulations came after? Why again in the hill areas also the regulations have come? Interestingly, no one knows the town planners. But whenever such calamity occurs, the planners are held responsible. So it is a surprising kind of thing. Now this is another area. It is not only the physical kind of problems, but the social problems also. Because of many reasons, this crime against women. And once this crime occurred, Nirbhaya Kand, you must be knowing, again the planners were held responsible. Why this kind of development has occurred? So with these challenges, apart from infrastructure, if you see the future of urbanization, it is growing and we are landing into further trouble because polarization of urbanization is occurring. In various seminars, at various platforms, I'm saying that regionalization of urbanization is very important. People ask, what is this regionalization of urbanization? This is what Dr. Jitendra Singh has said. That we need to look for the villages, we need to look for the smaller settlements, we need to integrate the bigger settlements. Till we do that regional planning, urban planning will fail. Now the approach is happening that urban regions are designed. Of course, that is important. But if the importance of the urban area is not determined in advance, then probably the planning would fail. So that way, he is saying 30 years vision. In India, I would say, sir, 50 to 100 years vision has to be developed because the population of Australia vis-a-vis India are matching. So in this light, of course, the SDGs are important, and what we are discussing today is in the light of SDG 11 in particular. If we talk about the Indian situation, lot of initiatives have been taken, and they all sync with the urban World Habitat Agenda and World Cities Agenda, and in the light of new urban agenda also the same thing. I will not go in detail about when it developed, but the commitment of the new agenda is that to provide basic services for all. Why this is there? Because this happened in 2016. 1986 World Habitat Day. 2016 new urban agenda. Whether something new is required. It is all only again polishing the thing. Nature and magnitude of the problem has changed. As a result, the new agenda has come. And agenda is basically the target. And if we meet the target, which could not be, I was talking to Dr. Lan Singh, he told that new report has come, that with 2 years of pandemic, the 2030 targets could be achieved in 2065 now. So 2 years of COVID has led us to achieve the target in next 35. So that's the new kind of agenda, I would say. Similarly, ensure that all citizens have access to equal opportunity and face no discrimination. Now this is social touch also. Not only all the communities should be served by the urban services, but social aspect is also there. Similarly, promote measures to support cleaner cities. We are talking of promoting cleaner cities. Are cleaner cities there? Similarly, strengthening resilience in cities to reduce the risk and the impact of disaster. Of course, this is required because urban floods, not all cities are in Himalayas, plain areas are there and they are facing flood situations. So there we need to look into the flood resilient urban planning situation also. Similarly, take actions to address climate change. This is a global kind of thing at the moment. Fully respect the rights of refugees. This is regarding the migrants. And reverse migration during COVID time has taught us many things, and we need to look into what the planners can do. Similarly, promote safe, accessible and green public spaces. This I referred earlier also. The waste of all is occurring, public spaces or green spaces are losing. And it is in this light that the new agenda, new urban agenda, it is a three-legged approach. That is local fiscal system, urban planning and basic services and infrastructure. They need to sync into each other. And it is in this light that once I say that whether World Habitat Day, World Cities Day and new urban agenda, are they in sync? They are in sync in terms of their themes.
You sync there, S-I-N,
They are syncing. This is sync. This is sync that way. It is not that sync. And it is in this light that the themes and agenda they need to be monitored and modified as per the changing conditions, because they cannot be blanket. Similarly, there is need to sensitize all the stakeholders. Behavior is very important. Number of times in my classroom also, my fellow colleague is a transport engineer. I teach transport planning. I say there is problem with the behavior. We have lost civic sense that way. Instead, we have 3 lanes of road. We have 6 lanes of vehicles. So that's the sense we are having, and the problems are out to be there. Similarly, the society has to be proactive. What Dr. Harjinder Singh was pointing out, public participation. Whenever plan is prepared, no one is raising volume. Objections are asked. Some do submit the objections. I can cite you one example, that School of Planning, and we submitted a 16-page kind of, not objection, but suggestions also, but it was kept aside. I'll come back, sir. Only 2 points, and my lecture is finishing, because teachers have a habit of speaking and then listening later. So, urban planning strategies need to be innovative, tech-savvy, and pragmatic. This is the need of the hour, because old things have gone and quick results are required. Similarly, fiscal reforms and financial flaws need to be forward looking. Because the first speaker also said about the finances. I am also speaking, might be, you would also say funds are short. So without finances, probably most of the things cannot happen. Thank you very much. Thanks. You have something to say, but permission of the chair has to be taken. Permission of the chair, because he raised his finger.
Yes, sir. Sir, very good afternoon. My name is...
Just one question.
Yeah.
Just one.
Sir, my question is this. You talked about the public participation in planning. So, what do you think our modern or Indian model of public participation is good, or that Patrick has proposed a model that you have proposed basically a tower in the city, so that every person which can visit on the weekends as a, just to visit the city, to see the urban sprawl and happening or any illegal activities happening. So I think that is a good way forward to do the public participation rather than to submit the application to the master or the website of the town and the planning department.
I will quote Mr. Patil, Chief Town Planner, Maharashtra. He shared that for preparation of master plan, now what they do is they prepare a Google form. You have all the addresses, you have all the telephone numbers. You can get it from the telephone agencies. They send that Google form to all of them. Now, you cannot say that you were not asked. If you don't submit, that's your mistake. But surprisingly, he said that they got very good response, very good suggestions before planning. So this is public participation. It is not that once the plan is prepared, then you ask for objections and suggestions. So before planning, participation, during planning, participation, after planning, participation, during development, participation, after development, participation, lot of things are there. So if you are talking about that tower may not work in India, because towers may demolish, because there are different kind of people. But through this medium, because now even the LIG is having a phone, and they are not having that button phone, they are having smartphone, and they are trained and tuned to these kinds of things, and they can be trained also. So you will have a voice of all the communities, and in the planning system, if put in, then you will get good plans. Thank you very much.
Dr. Rajinder Singh wants to add something to this.
Just on that, public participation in Australia, as I just indicated, it depends on the level of development, whether it is precincts planning or neighborhood planning, even if it is an individual building as well. And so far as it is an individual building, then usually it is when the plan is submitted of that building, it is circulated to all in the neighborhood, through correspondence on the website as well as through the local newspaper as well, through documents. And people who make comment, for example, if they believe that their comment has not been given due consideration by the council when deciding or approving the development, they can go to planning board. So they have the appeal rights. So there is a big say. So the developer and the council have the vested interest actually to involve them, have meetings, conciliation meeting or mediation meeting, and find some resolution. In relation to the neighborhood or sector planning, it starts with the inception or vision development. No planning has been done, just the vision. What the ideas are, how this area should be developed, what you would like to see on this piece of land. You see all those things. So those ideas, when those ideas are collected, I would say, it is not only the landowners of that part, but the abutting property owners, other property owners, in addition to the state agencies as well, state departments as well, transport department if they have any say, if you see, or forest department, urban department is already included, but other departments as well. So even the flood authority, for example, the area subject to flooding part, all, even environment protection authority. So those also come and they have their say as well. So once those ideas are crystallized, then those are reflected in the draft plan. So the draft plan again goes to the public. Meetings are held. And once that is done, then the final plan, that also goes in. So it is under the act that council or development authority must undertake those. And still, if the public believes or the submitters believe that due consideration is not given to what they have said, as they said, they can appeal to the court. They can also make submission to the minister as well. And so there is a lot of emphasis on public participation.
But I suppose the plans are first briefed to the people.
We have to complete the
That's
session.
one.
No, sir, we have to
But
complete
plans
the
are
session.
explained to the people, and people understand the plan and then react. Plans are not easy to read, the way Indian plan. That's what I want.
Yes, sir, right, sir.
People are actually invited to the sessions and then explained all those. Presentation is made. And number of times, quite often rather than explanation of those plans by the state planner or council planner, council will hire a facilitator, a planner or some other explorer, public speaker or other who is not working for the council or town planning department, from outside. So there is a neutrality, objectivity, you see, in presenting. So the perception is quite important. So the people believe that the council is or the government is genuinely interested in listening to us, rather than thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajendra Singh. Thank you very much, Professor Ashwini Luthra, for cautioning us against emerging problems and advocating for pragmatic planning.
Sir, I want to add, if you permit, only 2 lines.
Okay, please.
What they have said, Ashwini Luthra and Dr. Rajendra Singh, the concepts are very clear. What about Melbourne has been said. The same concepts are embedded in our existing law in India, Punjab Regional Town Planning and Development Act, which is to go exactly what Rajendra Singh ji has said. But how to change the mindset of political setup? Because everything is there, concepts are there, no difference, legislation is there, but those are not being implemented, and rather we are talking about public participation. Here at the end, they used to call the publish the master plan, final master plan, and invite objection. That there was a provision to take consent from the local authority in whose area it is fall, but subsequently it was also deleted. Now it is optional, they can participate.
In one word, I would say it is public education. If you mobilize public is aware of their rights. You see, then politicians will follow. Otherwise, you can't check politicians. So I would say the town planning community has a vested interest in actually educating the public so that they can pressurize whether it is a council or chairman or whoever. And that's what is happening in Australia.
Thank you very much. Now we move to the last presentation of the day by Dr. N. Ramakrishna, and the paper which he is presenting, achieving energy efficiency through public participation. The case of case study of street light retrofitting projects in cities.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity given. And I think this presentation will not take you long. I know I'm standing between lunch and the session. Nevertheless, this presentation is also not going to be like bringing in dialogues and discussions on the planning per se, but it is only a kind of illustration of how certain tactical interventions can lead to the achievement of the new urban agenda that we have set in motion. So, how do you move down? Okay. This is our order of presentation, and the background is that India has, for a long period, has had the image of India remains and lies in the rural area. There is a Gandhian thinking, and from there we move towards the Nehruvian thinking of India's future lies ahead in the cities. And this has took very long time. In fact, for almost more than 5 decades, we spent planning commission used to have a large allocations, be it in terms of the financial allocations or physical allocations, and also the policies of the planning commission were all geared towards promoting rural development at the cost of urban development. But subsequently, the focus shifted after the National Commission on Urbanization. That was the one which has hinted about the positive role that the cities can play, and that is what new urban agenda is also perhaps pitching upon. Of course, new urban agenda is much more comprehensive, but it is certainly asking for the social transformation, where inclusiveness of the communities and various sections of the population is much emphasized, and it is also emphasizing upon the what we call the agglomeration advantages of the cities, which is going to reap in a lot of economic benefits. That has to be reaped in, and also it is for environmental sustainability by different kind of interventions. But I'm not going to really emphasize on that. If that is the kind of new urban agenda, then how is the energy efficiency coming into the picture? Is that like cities are, as we discussed just some time ago, the major contributions to the carbon emissions, which are the major part of the GHGs, which be the climate change, and cities are also victims of the climate change as well, because these are the places where larger concentrations of the human population, infrastructure, and economic activities are there, and these are the ones which are impacted by the climate change impacts, like the wet events or dry events which affect them. And India is ranked as one of the most 7th most affected country from the point of view of climate-related extreme events. And therefore, cities have a larger role to play when it comes to addressing the larger urbanization issues, which is more to do with the demographics and economy, but also to address the climate change challenges as well. So that's where the new urban agenda comes into the picture, and the government has come up with this climate smart cities assessment framework, which is where the cities are now trying to understand where are the gaps and then trying to bridge those gaps. And in this context, this promoting energy efficiency in the cities is important, and that's where all the services, basic services, which involve a good amount of energy consumption, be it water supply, sewerage, or waste management, or transport, or street lights, all of them involve energy consumption. And the whole idea is that like, how do we reduce the energy consumption in these sectors, and which also aids in the emission reduction as well. So this is what we called as sometimes the complementarity between energy emission reduction and environmental goals. And what do we mean by energy efficiency in the context of one service which I am looking upon is the streetlight systems, basically, because streetlights are an important and integral part of the infrastructure of the cities, because we have traditionally designed them so that, like, they would promote the road safety, and they promote the transportation, particularly in the night hours, and also the neighborhood safety, and therefore they play an important role, and we want to make sure that, like, they continue to play that role in a much more effective manner. That's where we want to get the technology to come into play and play a role by adopting more cleaner or more efficient lamps and better lamp posts, and also the better control systems which have to be brought. So the whole idea is that, like, by putting this kind of systems in place in place of the old conventional systems, we'll be in a position to achieve significant energy savings, which also will lead to the cost savings. Now, this is the kind of hypothesis that we are having it that really works in the case of the cities or not is something which we are looking at this in this particular presentation. That is where the retrofitting comes into the picture. Retrofitting basically involves not a complete overhauling of the street light systems, but rather replacing the existing street light systems, particularly the lamps and the lamp posts and the control systems. So these are the ones which are going to be retrofitted with the more energy efficient systems. And this comes very close to the SDGs also. SDG 11 particularly talks about sustainable human settlements, and there are other SDGs like SDG 7 and 13 also emphasize upon a better planning and a better service delivery, and also better neighborhoods or settlements as well. So that is where it comes into picture, and retrofitting is whether it will play an important role has to be seen. And we take up about a couple of cases to see whether that really works or not. So the first one is the Pune Municipal Corporation has come out with this project of tying up with the Tata projects, and it has been implementing this project under the public-private partnership, where the Tata projects will undertake the whole retrofitting, and the Pune Municipal Corporation does not have to really put up any money into this. The whole idea is that, like, it's a self-financing kind of project, which means that, like, whatever the energy savings or the reduction in the energy consumption due to the retrofitting of the energy street light systems will itself finance the whole cost. That's a whole. So, as a part of that, this primarily the lamps are the ones which are going to be replaced, which the old incandescent or photoluminescent tube lights are going to be replaced by light emitting diode technology, which not only gives better illumination, but also will provide more service life, and therefore the maintenance costs associated with the frequent replacement of the bulbs is actually avoided. So this is a project snapshot. The Tata Projects is the private partner, and retrofitting involves, initially the estimate was about 70,000, but then it went to about 83,000, and it also involved the installment of the monitoring and control panels, and the whole project has been awarded on the DBO OMT model of the public-private partnership. And it involved about 16 crores, but 16 crores is not something which the PMC would put in. Rather, 16 crores is what is coming out from the energy savings, which are achieved from the installation of the retrofitting systems. And the project began in 2016. It's a 7-year contract, which is an ongoing project. And this project is going to achieve this kind of benefits of replacing the old incandescent bulbs, halogen lamps, and other lamps with the new systems, and also better manual control systems to a better automated control systems, and also you can have a better excise on the illumination that it will provide from the lamps. And these are some technical things which are associated with it, and it is going to achieve even the National Energy Code standards, and this is designed as a 12-year project, so it would involve about 30 to 50% energy savings and 10 to 20% more service life, and of course a better maintenance-free lighting system, because LEDs normally do not involve much of the maintenance, and there are carbon credits associated, but they are not quantified in this particular assessment. And the whole system is going to be replaced as well, includes the poles and also in some places cable lines as well. And the whole system is taken care by the private partner, and we also see that the break is going to be achieved in a shorter period. We will come to the comparison of the project metrics towards the end. Similar project is also being undertaken in Hyderabad, which is undertaken by the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. Here, the private partner is the Energy Efficiency Services Limited. Again, it is also doing more or less the same job of retrofitting the street light systems with the new technology, LED-based technologies, and again, but the amount of replacement is very large here. It is about more than 4 lakh street light systems, and also they want to link it to the SCADA system. Same kind of contract, DBO contract of lesser duration, and of course the number of installations has increased subsequently because the numbers add up as you do the ground service. The project cost was about 271 crores. Again, no upfront investments or costs incurred by the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. All are basically coming through the saving from energy conservation itself. Again, this is a description about the project, and again it involves the same kind of things. And when they did some benchmarking study, they found that they could achieve the electricity bill reduction to an extent of almost 85 crores a year after the installation. And there is also the avoidance of maintenance costs, and you achieve the same or rather better illumination as compared to the previous one from this project. And as earlier, there is a better monitoring system and better control systems which are there coming into picture. This is again a kind of a comparison. The scales are different. In Pune, it is somewhat happening in a smaller scale. That is because there are, in the smart city areas, I think that investments are coming from other channels, so that is not included into it. So therefore, it is a very smaller scale, but smaller scale in numbers, smaller scale in project, and that is going to be achieved in a somewhat longer time period, 12 years. Whereas Hyderabad, it is a larger scale, both in terms of number and scale, and also the number of street lights per kilometer is actually less here. So this is again a comparison of these two projects. We looked upon the first is the conventional street light costs, which have been arrived at based upon the historical costs. And then the annual maintenance costs which are associated with them, these have been arrived at from the past costs which they are incurring upon. And LED street light costs are there associated, which are also put upon. So now basically the benefits are coming from the annual cost savings from the energy consumption reduction is one. Second is the maintenance costs which are actually avoided because of the new the retrofitting of with the LED systems. So those benefits, when we compare with the cost, we get into a benefit cost ratio of 3. This is damn good. Normally, even if we achieve more than 1, in the case of most of the projects, public sector projects, that itself is good. But here, in the case of the Pune, the ratio is 3, and in the case of GHMC, the ratio is 4. And also the payback period in both the cases is relatively very low. Okay, less than 5 years. In the case of GHS, PMC it is about 5 years. NPV, of course, only it speaks about the net present value. Rather, it is not a comparator, but these two are comparators, which clearly reflect that these projects are certainly viable on their own, and such tactical interventions are really going to be a good win-win examples which can be taken up by other cities as well. So that's what we conclude. So urbanization and population growth are going to be there, and cities are going to play a major role. That is not going to change much, given the fact that like we are in a different scale and level of urbanization in India, and given that cities are going to continue to have a larger pie of the GHG emissions, and cities are also going to be victims of the climate change impacts, and in order to be able to mitigate some of these, the cities have to come with some interventions. These are rather tactical interventions, not as rather strategic interventions which the planners talk about. But this is a very tactical, small intervention which also actually can be self-sustaining, and at the same time we have not quantified the benefits associated with the carbon emission reductions. Okay, and we have not also quantified the benefits associated, local benefits which are associated with the energy efficient street lighting, like increased safety, increased both individual safety and community safety, and increased illumination benefits which are there associated with the transportation. So these are not quantified. But if you quantify, then if you try to work out the social costs and social benefits, I think it appears that like social benefits are going to be much more outweighing than the social costs. So therefore, such projects are going to be a kind of win-win interventions, and the cases which have been brought out clearly illustrate the same. So I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramakrishnan. We come to the close of this session, and first of all, I thank the organizers who have given me this opportunity to chair this session. It has been a very fruitful session. We have had sociologists' point of view, we have had economists' point of view, we have had civil engineers' point of view, and we have had planners' point of view on various issues that are emerging. And I'm sorry that we couldn't have enough time to discuss various issues that have been raised by various papers, various presentations. But anyway, we go from here with the idea that the planning cannot be in isolation, it has to be in integration. You can't take a particular town for planning. It has to be a regional plan. Similarly, the people's participation is also very important. People's participation, particularly, we have to look for the meeting of the rationale of the public with the rationale of the planner. Basic problem arises when there is a difference in the rationale of the public and rationale of the planner. It depends upon the planners to convince the public that their rationale is definitely important. And we have talked of vehicle increase and the associated problems. Emission is one problem, space is another problem. For example, in Chandigarh alone, we register almost 1 lakh new vehicles every year. and giving the space for each vehicle. You can imagine how much additional space we require every year. There are hundreds of such problems which we at our stage of urbanization face, because this is not a clean slate wherefrom we have started. We have already a diagram on this clean slate, which is over-congested, which has many problems, and we need to take care of these problems, and therefore there is a need to have our new agenda for urban development. Once again, I thank the presentations for the people presenting the papers, and also the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for saving us from the crisis. We had, chairperson who was to come in the morning, fell sick. So, thank you very much for accepting our request at a very short notice. I thank the co-chair, Sri Dilbag Sihar also, for being present on the dais, and all the presenters. In fact, this is a very congested program. I know making 7 presentations in one session is quite hectic, but still we are trying to manage with the time and the schedule. So thank you very much. Thank you all the presenters for making such wonderful and thought-provoking presentations. As far as the discussions are concerned, I'm sure in the valedictory session we will have quite a lot of discussion. We will have about 1.5 hours to discuss the issues being raised in this seminar. All the persons, all the dignitaries who are chairing the session will be present on the dais. Presenters will be there, and then discussion can take place. So I'm sure fruitful discussion will take place during the session. So now we close this session for lunch. We have about 20-25 minutes, maximum 30 minutes for lunch. I know it's short time to have lunch, but subsequently we are going to have 2 sessions, parallel sessions. One will be in this seminar hall and this main conference hall. The other will be in the seminar hall. It's a small seminar hall on the other side of the building. Presentations, there will be 4 presentations in that seminar hall and 7 here in the main conference hall. So accordingly, we have distributed the detailed agenda, and the audience can also feel free to attend any of these sessions, either here or in the second conference hall. So I would request the chairs and the co-chairs for the next session to be ready with their responses and to take care of this session. Thank you very much. Thank you, the audience. You've been very, very lovely people sitting here. We're listening very patiently to all the speakers. So we hope to see you after the lunch session. Thank you. Now we break for lunch. Thank you.
Hello, सेंटेंस
आपके वहाँ चलवा सकते हैं।
आप ही खिला दो, खाना हम खिला देंगे। देख लो भाग रहा है।
कोई यहाँ पे खाए अभी तो सारे लंच यहाँ रख दो, कोई ऐसे इशू उधर ही रख दो, कोई इशू
कोई दिक्कत नहीं। ठीक, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कोई नहीं लेता।
Thank you.